May 6th. We have a very heavy agenda tonight, so we're going to change our format slightly. Our plan for tonight is to have each of the applicants present or discuss their application for approximately 15 minutes. Then we're going to go directly to public comment. Then we're going to have board discussion and action if necessary. This is not our preferred method. We'd like to have a little bit more give and take, and we'd like to be a little bit more back and forth, but we have a lot of things to get through tonight, and we want to make sure that we hear from everybody. Also, in order to sort of to judge how much time we need, I want to just see a show of hands. How many people are likely to want to comment on the Villanova proposal? Thank you. How many people are likely wanting to comment on Biomed? How many people are will likely want to comment on the Stafford Avenue project? Well, somebody has to.
They might be coming later.
And Hares Lane. Great. Thank you so much. All right. First on our agenda, the minutes of the last meeting. Does everybody have a chance to take a look at the minutes? I had two comments. In the first paragraph, it says minutes of the meetings of April 1st, but it would actually have been the preceding meeting, so we just need to change the date there. Also, Susan wasn't at that meeting, so we need to check and see who moved to approve the minutes. And one other comment, the final attachment page, I just want to change the word approved. We had talked about some different setbacks on the Villanova project, and we wanted to discuss some of them, but we made a point that we were not taking a vote. We were not making any motion. So the word approved shouldn't be there. It could say considered. Okay. Any other comments on the minutes? Do I have a motion?
Moved. Move to approve the minutes.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
I'm going to abstain.
You weren't there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to jump to Biomed because there's going to be a change in what they plan to present for tonight. Nick?
Is there any? Yeah, Biomed, as you know, last time we were here, there was talk about doing something for traffic mitigation, and there was talk about mixed uses and certain mixed uses. And we went to the Board of Commissioners, and we gave them just an overview of perhaps a residential component to this. We were prepared to present that to you this evening. We're now in discussions with several of our neighbors regarding maybe some other mixed uses that would be appropriate that would further lower traffic volume and traffic density. And for that reason, I would just ask that the matter be passed for this evening. I don't know if you have anything in your packet that show would be that
we didn't receive any
the
paperwork.
Board of Commissioners. Okay. Is there any plan? Okay. So that's all. I just asked that it be passed possibly the next month then.
Okay.
If that's in an email form, can you send it along to us?
Sure.
Okay.
I can
Send
send
it
a
to
letter, or
Brian.
send a letter to Peter or to someone mentioning that.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to pass on Biomed. We don't need a motion for that, right? No. Okay. Next on our agenda is the petition from Villanova University. And I'm timing you.
Yeah, I shouldn't be long.
Okay.
Okay, this is kind of a continuation from what we heard from last month. And what we did is that we showed a plan because you're asking. I'll have to get the engineer to do this. Oh, that one, okay. you asked for a plan on it, and so basically, we've made some revisions on our own based on your comments from last month, and I know Peter made some revisions that actually, I'm looking at now. But our revisions basically were regarding the retail. You may recall there was question about how much retail and to limit the retail as to gross floor area, and that's what we've done there. In the new draft that you have, I believe dated April 16th, it shows, I believe I gave you a track change one and a clean copy of it, and it shows that we added a provision that retail was limited only to the ground floor, and that would exceed no more than 7% of the gross floor area. I just looked quickly at Peter's comments, and I noticed he's saying that there should be a percentage for all the other uses as well, not just the retail use. As to the setbacks, we increased actually the setbacks for the residential halls from 30 feet to 45 feet. I believe you had mentioned 50 feet. The 45 feet is basically what we're proposing here. We've also increased the setback on the PAC. That's Performing Arts Center, the one immediately across the street from the field house. And you recall, I think that was an area of some concern because it was only 10 feet at the time. We're proposing that it be increased to 45 feet. And on the parking structure, remember, it was only 5 feet from the rear property line, that rear property line being the one with the Route 100 line, and we're proposing an increase to 20 feet on that. And we're going to obviously have to work on land development as far as whether it has to be more or less because of fire truck safety or fire truck access. On the impervious coverage, you recall that I believe the original plan said we shall not increase the existing impervious covers, and we've changed that to say that it has to be at least 10% less than the current condition. On the permitted building and parking structure area, remember, I know what you're discussing right now is the parking structure a building or not in your institutional ordinance. For the purpose of this ordinance, we kind of treated it as if we've mentioned both, so there can't be any confusion on which ordinance would be in place. So we're saying for both building and parking structure area, it's reduced from 50 to 12% over the current code. But please note, under your current code, we actually comply with building area because parking structure is not a building. But with the parking structure, this is what the percentages we come up with. There was also a question regarding buffering behind the residence halls, and we provided a 20-foot buffer strip. And also, remember, there was concern about where that buffer strip would be located. And we're actually proposing that it be located on the Aldwin Triangle side of the site instead of on the other side of the tracks. So we're proposing that it be installed between the Route 100 and the Aldwin Lane neighbors. We also added something which was requested by several of the members, and that was a preservation of land. And what we're proposing is that currently the code requires a building coverage of 30%, and we're saying that if there's any increase over the 30%, which of course there will be in the proposed plan, that we would have to have a permanent easement over an area that we could not build or pave in or build any parking structure or surface parking area. There was also a question regarding building length, and we've further defined it to reduce it from 350 feet to 220 feet unless there's a 30-foot offset in the buildings. There was also a request that we show the current PI setback, our proposed setback, and the township's, your 50-foot setback. So what you see there in green is our proposed 45 feet from the curb. In red is when we met with you last time. There was a lot of discussion about a 50-foot setback, and then the purple would be the current 60-foot setback. As you already know, too, there was some additional modifications made to the ordinance even before this one that you're seeing here this evening. And I just want, and that's from the time that you first saw this ordinance back in the beginning part of this year to today. If I could just pull that out, excuse me. I I know it's coming against my 5 minutes. The main areas there where we had proposed, remember there was some concern at one time that we could build this throughout campus, and we're limiting it to just, you can designate one area for this CICD, and I know Peter's comments also kind of clarified that, that it would be limited to one area. We also had already discussed many times regarding the setbacks, and we had changed that previously. We had moved the building height from, remember when this was first proposed, it was a 65-foot building height. We had actually modified that now to where it's a point where it's, for the dorms, it's no higher than 55 feet, but the average is 45 feet. So in fact, you're going to have some heights could be 55 feet and some be lower than 45 feet. So the average requirement would be 45 feet. That was stuff that you saw a couple months ago. We made, or had already made those changes. And we had already talked about some of the other setback changes we made, some of the impervious coverage changes we had made previously, as well as additional changes that we had made regarding the size of the building, length of the buildings, and items of that nature. It should be noted, too, as I mentioned, that there was an increase in the buffer since the original ordinances did not have that buffer area defined. So we are providing that. And as I mentioned also, as has been mentioned several times before, an option to preserve land, that is if it exceeds the building coverage of 30%. So they were just the comments.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go directly to public comment. Thank you all for coming. It's nice to have such a large group here tonight. I would ask that, because we have such a large group, that you keep your comments as succinct as possible, and also that you hold your applause and your show of support for one another to a civil level. We want to be sure not to intimidate anyone who may be here wishing to express a different point of view. We want to make sure everybody has a chance to be heard and feels welcome. Okay, let's begin public comment.
Good evening. My name is Dave Honorato, and I represent the Friends to Preserve Radnor. And it's my first time here before you, so and to see this plan, I was retained just a couple of weeks ago. I read through the ordinances and a proposed ordinance and the one that was recently proposed with the changes, and I have a number of questions or comments. We'd like to be able to present a more detailed comment in writing to the Planning Commission at a future date. But in dealing with the proposal in general, and I don't think I need to remind the Commission and the audience that a lot of the comparisons that Villanova, the application, is making is they're making a comparison between what is there now, an existing parking surface, and what they're proposing. And what they're proposing is a very dense, a very complex development on a 13-acre site. And so we asked the Planning Commission and the Township to consider it in context, not with what's there now, but with what it will look like and how it will affect not only Villanova University, but the surrounding neighbors, which is why I'm here. One of the big concerns that I have in reviewing the ordinance is that, and the ordinance has gotten closer, but it's not what the pictures show and what they want to do, but what the ordinance will allow them to do. And we have a large concern that what you see is not what you're going to get. And if you go through the ordinance, there is almost no conditional use requirements. The ordinance allows for these new uses in this area, and it says it's by conditional use, and it lays forth the height and density and setback requirements that you might normally see. But a project of this nature, where it's going to be this fundamental to Lancaster Avenue, to Villanova University, and to the surrounding neighbors, you would think there'd be some requirements in there with regard to conditional use standards that you can apply and the board can apply when it comes to conditional use approval and land development approval, such as They show you pictures of granite or stone surfaces in their architecture, but there is no requirement that they use those materials. They show you architecture that's in keeping with the Villanova style, but there are no requirements really that they provide that. There are no requirements as to roof line. There are no requirements as to streetscape. There are no real requirements as to landscaping. So really what you're getting is you're getting a dimensional ordinance. We can build so far from the street, so high, and building so big, but you're really not getting anything that's going to protect what it's going to look like. And I strongly urge the Commission and the Township to make the applicant put together an ordinance that will better reflect what it is they want to do. If they're going to give you a plan with buildings that look like the Villanova buildings, then they should have no problem in identifying those things and putting them in the ordinance now, so that when this plan comes back, that you can enforce those requirements. You all know that in land development, you can only enforce the ordinance as it's prepared and adopted. And if it's not in there now, then it'll be very hard to try to force Villanova to come back and to give you what you want. Pretty pictures are wonderful, but you want an ordinance that can be applied and can be tested. And so I implore the Commission to require the applicant and to work with the applicant to get those things in this ordinance now before it's too late. I have some questions with regard to the parking issue and as it relates to traffic. The ordinance allows or requires parking only as it relates to the Performing Arts Center. 1 space per 4 seats. There is no other parking requirement in this ordinance for the rest of that site. And as I understand it, it's the largest gathering assembly hall in the Performing Arts Center. Whatever number of seats that is, you divide by 4, and that is all the parking they need to put on the site. I know they're showing a parking garage and some service parking totaling close to 2,000 spaces. In reality, they don't have to build all those spaces. So I think the ordinance needs to be corrected with regard to that. They also do not have any provision or requirement that there's parking for the other uses. And specifically, the ordinance says that there is no other parking requirement for the other uses. So the residence halls, are students going to be allowed to bring cars, and if so, where are they going to park? For the retail uses, I know it's primarily designed for student use, but it's going to be open to the public, and so on. So there needs to be some more parking requirement in the ordinance as it relates to those other uses. And then, because the traffic study appears to use parking as a determination of the number of trips, you need to make sure you know how many parking spaces are going to be there. In reality, how many are going to be needed for the uses they propose to determine how many trips are going to be. They're showing a certain number of parking spaces, may not have to build those parking spaces. But again, since their traffic study appears to rely on parking as a determinative of trips, we need to make sure that the number of parking spaces is adequate for the uses and is considered when you consider the traffic generation. I have asked for, and I have not received yet, the backup for the summaries that we've received for the traffic studies. We'd like to see the trip counts. We'd like to see the analysis. We've seen the summaries. I hope the Township has those. I hope the Commission has seen those. We, the residents, would like to see them so we can intelligently review them, determine if there's any flaw in the analysis for the trip generation. I point out that just in March there was a letter from PennDOT that reviewed the analysis performed by the applicant's traffic engineer that said that their determination of the number of trips from parking is speculative at best, and they require the applicant to change their approach. Essentially, we're very critical of the applicant by assuming that the students that are parking there are not going to be driving during the day. That if they're parked, cars are going to sit in a parking lot or a parking garage. We need to see an analysis with regard to really how often the students that live there and park there will be leaving there, not going to school on a particular day and not walking to class, but either driving somewhere else, going to work, going to some other place. And we need to make sure that the traffic studies take that into consideration. It's not clear that it has. So to determine what kind of trips there will be, where they'll be going to, it's important for the traffic study to reflect that. So I would suggest that we look a little bit deeper into how they came up with their parking and trip generation numbers. By my calculation, what is allowed under the current current institutional zone, this ordinance would allow for 3 times the number of beds, 4 times the number of square footage of buildings, 3 or 4 times the number of the size of the buildings. You have,
Read that list through again.
I'm sorry.
So everybody gets that.
The number of beds, I believe, is 3 or 4 times what they say they can do under their ordinance. The size of the buildings is 3 or 4 times what they say they can currently do under your current ordinance. And the length of the buildings is 3 or 4 times what they can do under their ordinance. My point in all that is you have a carefully crafted ordinance that applies to Villanova and all the other institutions in your township. They have an opportunity here, and they are wishing to ignore that sound planning that you all did. There must have been some consideration as to why you put those requirements in your ordinance when it was last drafted. And they want you to throw that away and triple or quadruple the density that's allowed presently. And if you're going to allow them to do it, and I'm not suggesting that you are, but if the township is going to allow them to do it, then at the very least, you need to make sure that you have strict conditional use standards that I talked about before, so that you can control what's there. If you're going to have that much density and that much massing in this 10 or 12 acre site, you better make sure you have the landscaping you want, that you have the streetscaping you want, that you have the material, the building materials that you want, that you don't have 300-foot glass structure, you know, that may be allowed, that you get what you think you're getting. And so this is a significant consideration, and it's not just, well, we have a surface parking lot with 1,200 cars or 1,800 cars, and we have 90% impervious, and we're doing better than that because we only have 70% impervious. But they have 70% impervious with a whole lot of building on it and a whole lot of students there is what they're proposing. So you really can't compare what's there with what they want to do. You got to compare with what they are allowed now under your ordinance with what they want to change the ordinance to. I think they're getting better as I've read the ordinances, but I think they're a long way from a really good ordinance that can help Villanova and their need to expand their site, but also protect the residents and protect the township. And I would ask the Planning Commission to make the applicant put in the ordinance those things that can protect. It is what you want to see, to protect what the neighbors want to see. One last thing is that I know Villanova was putting a lot of time and consideration as to where they're suggesting the uses be, but I submit there may be other ways to arrange those uses on the site that may accommodate the residents better. And so I would suggest that you ask them to take another look about where they could put the parking garage or the Performing Arts Center and the residences, shuffle them around, and it may actually, there may be other places or suggestions on that site that really work better than what they're proposing. And I would ask the commission to require the applicant to give you some scenarios and some suggestions that may help traffic, may appease the neighbors, may create better buffers for the residents behind, and still accomplish the same goal that Villanova has. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
I'd like to thank the Planning Commission for letting us have this forum.
You're welcome.
My name is Jeff Dorfman. I live on Brooklear Road. Can you hear me?
Just didn't hear you where you live.
Brooklier Road. After meticulously reviewing all the information that Villanova University has provided to the public and considering the benefits to the university which will allow further expansion to accommodate their student population and in keeping up with a more modern campus, I then weighed the university's position against the position of those residents who have unanswered questions to issues which have a major impact on their lives. First, I want to say I am not a member of the Friends to Preserve Radnor, not that I wouldn't be, but I am not, and I am not convinced what the best decision for Radnor Township is. Having said that, I will, however, bring to light items for the Planning Commission to strongly consider before making a final decision on these extremely important and far-reaching issues. It seems there are several items which have not yet satisfied a great many of the township's residents. Not in order of any importance, one fact, dormitories currently are zoned for 200 beds, and the university wants to build dormitories to house 1,160 beds, which is an increase of 450%. The result of such an increase would be approximately the same percent increase in motor vehicle usage in that area, which would be traversing our side streets trying to avoid the already heavy traffic which now exists. The closest street to be negatively impacted is South Ithan Avenue. I was told by the university's Assistant Vice President of Facilities Management, Robert Morrow, they have absolutely no plans to increase the number of lanes of Lancaster Avenue or any other streets in that area, as PennDOT won't even entertain that suggestion. I don't have to tell you how much the increased traffic and noise on the surrounding residential streets, especially during the night hours, will have in our quiet neighborhoods. In fact, they will become less safe for our young children. Speed bumps do little to keep students and their visitors from using our neighborhood streets as fast escape routes to the outside world of Villanova's campus. Meadowood Road is one road which already is a common roadway that many Villanova students use as South Ithan Avenue for an alternate to avoid the Lancaster Avenue bottleneck, and having a roadway from the Chapel Walk area, which has its own entrance, traversing all the way to South Ithan Avenue. We don't know that part will give the entire campus population a quick out-of-the-campus path right through one of the most peaceful, safe, and quiet neighborhoods which borders the campus. Of course, there's the request by Villanova University for yet 2 more zone variances for increasing the proposed buildings from the current 3-story height limit to a 5-story height, not to mention a performing arts center which could be as high as 8 stories. I don't know if this has changed with that part that he brought in tonight. The university is asking for a change from the 120-foot setback, now I understand, to a 45-foot setback, making those structures way too close to the roadways. This will forever change the suburban title to a cluttered, definitely noisy commercial title, and could even change some of the property values located within a 1 to 2 mile radius. The proposed bridge at Chapel Walk has been a subject of conversation for a long time now, and as much as it shows promise to help alleviate some of the headaches of foot traffic crossing Lancaster Avenue, also has some new or maybe not new concerns which the university has not resolved to the satisfaction of their closest neighbors to it. Even the location of the elevators for the handicapped is in question, and the university said they may have to bow to SEPTA in order to connect the walkway from the SEPTA track overpass to the campus. What good is an elevator at the SEPTA boundary line if someone on crutches or in a wheelchair has to go way back to the SEPTA area to gain access to the footbridge to cross over Lancaster Avenue to the main campus? That doesn't even meet the federal ADA guidelines, which I had looked up. Handicapped drivers and passengers must have the closest access to all the buildings and functions on campus, not just the select few. Villanova University is also reviewing building more structures from the proposed new dormitories all the way to Sproul Road. Lastly, lighting around the perimeter of the campus, especially from the field lights, were supposed to be turned off after a certain time when not in use for field activities. Many residents living nearby have had to call the university many times late at night to have those lights turned off. Also, there is no need to have them aimed so high that it shines over half a mile all the way to my house. They're allowed to light up their campus, but not half of Radnor Township. So no reason that the lights have to have that kind of far-reaching effect. As I turn into my street coming home late at night, it hits me right in the eyes even before I get to my house. Okay, now I'm not going to even suggest to the Planning Commission as how to make their decision on these issues, but I will ask you to consider an item that is at least as important to these and maybe even more so. You have to look at both sides on all these and other issues. Villanova University has not been upfront and forthcoming to our residents as they say they have. One example goes way back when they were building the dormitories and other buildings on the South Ithan Avenue. They told the residents of Brooklear Road that putting up these buildings would have absolutely no effect on changing the watershed in the area of those homes on that boundary. They knew that the watershed would also change as to push all the rainwater from their property back down into the backyards of bordering homes, which in turn turns the backyards into swamps and lowers the value of those affected homes. Not to mention, somebody just told me that it's a breeding ground for mosquitoes, which the township has to spray. Now, they're not addressing the concerns of the residents who are most affected by their new endeavors. This has led to many residents not trusting the university as being truthful and forthcoming. I propose to the Planning Commission not to approve Villanova University's request for these zone changes or go ahead with these projects at this time, and until the most affected residents, including myself, have faith that the university has satisfied all of our concerns. I trust you will have our residents' best interest in mind and not the university's, as your decisions greatly impacts our lives, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jeff. Would you like to leave your comments since you have them written?
I'll be glad to leave this for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Give it to Mary Ann. Additional public comment?
My name is Donald Levan. I live in Radnor Township. I'm a newcomer. I've only been here 45 years. I care about this township.
How do you like it so far?
I may hang around.
Yeah, once you learn where things are.
Yeah, this has been a great township. It has been wonderful. I've never, ever worried about our school taxes because our school system is magnificent. I've never worried about our trash pickups, etc., our snow plowing. Everything has been grand. I think, by and large, Radnor Township has been exceedingly well managed. There is something, though, that has come to my mind just recently, listening to what is going on now, and just basically finding out about it at the last minute. The proposal, as it stands right now, seems to me to be something that has been crafted by attorneys, pushed through by people who have vested interests, and by and large, not cognizant of the needs of the folks who will be most impacted. I found out about this yesterday when we were on our walk, and this lovely little old lady was trying to push some stones aside to keep her driveway free. I asked if I could help, and then she told me about what was going on, and I started to look at this. And my feeling is, while the university has been a wonderful help in the community, the university is not the community. The university does not vote. The university pays minimal taxes. We, the citizens of Radnor Township, vote. We pay taxes. And my concerns are, looking at this proposal, a lot of this is basic, crass commercialism. And somewhere along the line, these folks have got to pay their, if you'll pardon the pun that I hate, their fair share. They're going to have increased density. That's going to be more police, more fire, more sewage control, more everything that the township is going to have to pay. And they are going to say, oh, we are a tax-exempt organization. Well, golly, I'm on the faculty at Penn, and I can tell you one thing. We kick in without any question, not the faculty, but the university does kick in regularly and substantively for the costs that the city demands of them. And I would hope that you folks here in Radnor Township, our elected individuals, make sure that the center that's going to have plays or whatever, the commercial things, the residents, which basically are apartments, and they're going to take students out of homes and other places around the university that are now paying real estate and school taxes. I, for one, want to make sure that our budget isn't going to be impacted by demands that somebody is going to say, oh, we're exempt from that. I would like you to seriously consider this. And remember, and I feel strongly about this, I have never, ever missed an election. I plan to vote. And I'm quite sure many of the folks here do plan to vote. So let's look at the deal and say, what are the good points? What are the bad points? Pros, the cons. As Sergeant Friday used to say, just the facts, ma'am, just the facts. And let's make sure that what we are looking at is not emotionally driven, but logically and economically driven. Because I believe that is what we elected you folks for. Thank you.
Thank you, Donald. Just so that nobody's confused, I just want to say that we're not elected. We are appointed by the commissioners, who are, of course, elected. Just so we're one step down, but it's the same process, I'm sure. Next. And we'd like to also point out that we're volunteers, and you have to be nice to us.
Hello. I'm a local resident and also a Villanova grad. I support the university every way I can. Can you hear me?
Can you state your name and your address?
111 North Spring Mill Road.
Thank you.
Okay. I live right in the heart of a very busy road that continues to become more busy as Villanova builds out their campus as a result of the new parking lot that they put, as they building the new law school and the new parking lot. We've seen a tremendous increase in traffic on Spring Mill Road, which we were told it would not change the traffic pattern at all prior to the construction. Now we're confronted with a situation where I learned tonight, it's very well done, that this new building, this construction is going to be in violation of 3 or 4 ordinances. As a local citizen, do we have a right to vote on that? Nobody here, no, I've not been, this is the first time I became aware that the township has approved or potentially is going to approve the violation of several ordinances that are put in place to protect the community. And really, I'd like to know why this has gotten this far, what's in violation of several ordinances that were put in place to really, work with the community and make sure everything's maintains intact and reasonable for the community. Spring Mill Road, Lancaster Pike are extremely busy. All right, the last time I attended a meeting several months ago, I asked a very simple question, okay? At the time school starts, spring break, winter break, the time school's over, what are we going to do with that additional 700-800 cars that are there? I keep being told it's an even swap between the commuters and who's going to be living there full time. That's not correct. It's not an even swap, right? When we have like dismissal of school, we have all of a sudden how many more cars? 2,000 that are going to try to get out of that area? It's just not possible. I mean, if you observe traffic on Lancaster Pike, we're not going to put new roads in. None of us want to see Lancaster Pike expanded. It's already a highway, right? We're not going to put new roads in. We're not going to expand the roads that are there. So how are we possibly going to handle this additional volume, right? We're overriding ordinances that are put in place to protect society in our local neighborhood. It's the first time I heard about that, right? I don't know how far we are along with this project, but I think it should be stopped until we as residents have an opportunity to vote whether we approve overlooking these ordinances or not. Do we have a say in this as local residents?
There wouldn't be a vote. the way that you have your say is you come to our meetings and you tell us what you think, and you can go to the Board of Commissioners meetings where they actually are the ones who would make any decision. We advise them.
All right.
They make the decision. That's the best way to be heard. And it's not in violation of ordinances. They're proposing a new ordinance.
So who creates the ordinances?
In this case, anyone can propose a new ordinance. In this case, the applicant has proposed a new ordinance. We don't have to accept it. We can change it. We can say yes. We can say no. Rather, we can recommend that. The commissioners then make that decision.
Okay.
But the best way to be heard, your vote basically, is to come to these meetings and to come to the commissioner meetings.
Okay. All right, so that's what I have to say. I mean, are we looking at these traffic patterns? I think it was very well stated earlier about what we're confronted with here with additional volume on Lancaster Pike, and I just hope that everybody here is taking a very close look at that and make sure we don't take a road that's overcrowded, a 5-point intersection that's unbearable most of the time, and bring that upon our shoulders as local residents and make it more challenging than it already is. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Next. Come on. You don't have to raise your hands. Just come on up. You can form a line if it's more convenient.
Okay. I'm Elaine Scherer. I've lived at 231 South Ithan Avenue for over 55 years. I have seen Villanova
She's
grow.
beating you, Lou.
What?
Ahead of Donald.
Yes, just a bit. I think there's still somebody on Browning Lane who's been there a little longer than I have. I've seen Villanova grow from a very small university to what it is today. I have had beer bottles, etc., thrown on my yard till about 10 years ago. And since then, I believe the university has been much more attentive to the needs, to the wishes of the neighborhood. I rarely have to pick up a bottle. I'm very happy. And as I look at this project, I can see that Villanova does need the dorms. I would love to see the Performing Arts Center. I go to the plays, and I love them. But yet, we could have a better venue. I am concerned somewhat about traffic, especially when the building's going on, because I live down the street. I've lived with, it'll be the third summer that I've lived with the traffic and noise from Agnes Irwin. But that will be over. And when that's over, I think the dorms, as they look on the plans that I have seen, it will be a much better addition to the parking lots. Do I have any suggestions? Yes. I notice in that piece of information that was sent to me by the Friends that there will be a new road leading out from the dorms. At the present time, there is an ingress and an egress from the parking lot onto Ithan Avenue. If you come down there when the students are getting out or going in, you have to wait. So that a road, is not going to me, make much difference. I would like a little bit larger road, and maybe the buildings could be pushed back a tiny bit, and so that there is a little more grass there. I'm talking about at the exit onto Ithan Avenue, okay? And even if they had to be, a tiny bit higher, I think this would make it maybe even look a little longer. Maybe have a Gothic art someplace that would be in keeping with the chapel. The other thing I've always been concerned about is stormwater management. I have been assured by several people that the difference between now and when the dorms were built on the South Campus, that the rules and regulations are much stricter. They know a lot much more about stormwater management, so that hopefully there will not be water coming down between the houses on Browning Lane and South Ithan Avenue. But I think the Villanova has tried to keep us informed. Everything? No. Was I surprised about things that went on at Agnes Irwin? Yes, and I do come to meetings. But I hope that I think with all the comments that have been presented today and all the other meetings, that you will come to a good decision. I would like to see the ordinance accepted. I'd like to see you pass it and get it moving on. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine.
Good evening. William Martin, 15 Rodney Road. To confirm the point that was made by counsel of the community group, you clearly have a significant responsibility to go through this, to apply your expertise, to make sure that it's saying what you think it says and that it's covering the areas that need to be covered. I have a few pretty precise comments on the draft that was circulated that are dated April 16th. Some of these may not be earth-shattering, but if this is going to get passed on, it's important that it be accurate the first time, so we're eliminating the possibility of ambiguity going forward. There's language that's suggested in Section 2, Sub B, and the new language toward the bottom in Section 2, Sub B talks about increases to the required building area. The required building area may be increased by no more than an additional 12% of the CICD lot area. I think you want to consider whether that phrase required is supposed to be, whether that word should be permitted. I'm not sure whether any building area is required under this code. So I think that, again, this in the black line, it's about 3 from the bottom of that sub B, required building area. I suggest that you consider whether that's supposed to be permitted. Two matters of opinion in the section that's below that, the height requirements. There's a phrase, the average height of all dormitory buildings. As I read that, one question is it a blended average based upon the respective square footage of more than one building, or is it a straight average? So, for example, if it's saying the average height of the buildings cannot exceed 45 feet, if you have a huge building that is 54 feet and a small building that is 36, is that your average 45? Or are you doing a blending based upon the square footage of the respective buildings, which would seem to be more consistent with the concept of an average there? Again, the drafts people, you don't want that to be argued in court later. You want to try to get it straight here. I would suggest as a neighbor that it should be a blended average, so that if you have a particular significantly large building that's higher than 45 feet, that should be offset by corresponding amounts. On the next page, which is Section 2F, and Villanova's counsel of the university talked about this, there's a section called Option to Preserve Land. I read that a couple times with some confusion because, and I think it's the title, it's not an option to preserve land, it's a requirement to preserve land. Okay? It's not an option, it's a requirement. If they want to build above the targeted levels, it's not a matter of good faith that they're going to do this. The statute, as I understand it, is intended to require that. So I think you want to go from an option to a requirement in that section. My final comments have to do with the parking. In addition to the points that the neighbor's attorney makes regarding the parking requirements beyond the performance center, the only quantitative limitation here is a requirement that the parking spaces in the structure be no less than 8 foot 6 inches by 18 feet. This is a not uncommon requirement, and by comparison, I went to the new Philadelphia zoning code, which, if any of the staff want to look at it, it's 14.800. But they not only specify how big the space has to be, they also talk about the width of the aisle, because you've been in parking garages enough. If the aisle is too narrow, you're not able to swing out of the space. If you're going to do this, you want to make sure that it's a garage which is going to be usable for the customers and usable for the students. And the last thing the neighbors want is a garage to be built which isn't user-friendly, because then the cars won't pull there. They'll be pulling out on the street, as they sometimes do now. Also, on parking, I think it might be good to require what they refer to in Philadelphia as a reservoir requirement. And the idea there is that there should be a stated distance between the public right-of-way, the public street, and where you're taking your ticket or paying your bill or dealing with your, whether it's a person or a machine as you're going into the garage, because you want to try to avoid the queuing up onto the street, whether it be queuing on the Lancaster Avenue, or I guess in this case more likely queuing onto Ithan Avenue. And again, if you go in the Philadelphia Code, what they do is require a varying number of reservoir spaces depending upon the size of the garage. You have a very large garage, you have to have essentially 7 spaces. So you need to design the garage so people are pulling off the street and have a distance of perhaps 30, 40, 50 feet after they pull off the street before they're dealing with the personnel at the garage, so you're mitigating the possibility of it carrying over onto the street. So these are some ideas I wanted to share with you. I appreciate your work on this, and I think that the work you put into refining this, I mean, these buildings are going to be here for 50 years if they're built, so you might as well get them right the first time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim Schneller, St. David's. I've been trying to participate from time to time in this procedure, and I wanted to comment that I said this 2 meetings ago, and it's painfully obvious tonight that I, at least, am really irritated about the fact that there's a process of negotiations that seems to be taking place during a proposed amendment to an ordinance. There's no place for the township to be doing anything but really superficial back and forth. It's unbecoming to any township body. It's unbecoming to the ordinance, and it's an insult to us citizens that there's negotiations going on in between, and all in the name of a good, streamlined process that isn't set forth in Pennsylvania law. Second of all, I noticed, and I perceived tonight from some comments, that we have a looming problem with Ithan. I think this plan is a dagger into Ithan Avenue's freedom of movement and any semblance of a Radnor way of life. If the high school on Conestoga or the grade school has had a lot of leeway, so be it. They have. But there's no way that Villanova should walk in and just prance around and make Ithan Avenue into Institution Avenue. I think there's enough residents and a continuation of Ithan's beauty that simply has to take a hold of you folks and put your foot out. I always ask for you to table this. I don't think it's right at all. It approaches special legislation, and I have to say that the premise of moving students onto campus to solve Radnor's housing situation, whether it exists at what level, is false. And with regrets for any overuse of that type of language, you have no business paying any heed at all to a claim like that. And we just feel like it's prejudged. I think Radnor is either nodding their head thinking it's already done, or they're saying, well, they're going to shape up some finer details, and that's not the way our ordinance is written. So once again, would you please table it? Let the details be worked out with the people who are paying the money. If they want to put forth an ordinance, they should have walked in with an ordinance. Thank you.
My name is Patty Barker. I live at 920 Lewis Lane. I'd like to echo Jim's comments. I'd like to respectfully request that the Planning Commission table this petition, primarily based on the information that Mr. Honorato shared with you this evening. The proposed CICD amendment is requesting allowances that are more generous than what's drawn in their concept plan. Please do not send this back to the Board of Commissioners without completing the job and addressing the issues. Mr. Honorato gave you a roadmap tonight. Visit the site. Go through the amendment with a fine-tooth comb. Please address the issue of spillover traffic into our neighborhoods. Please table this position. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Patty.
How are you? My name is Will Wormuth, and I live at 1525 County Line Road in Rosemont on the Lower Merion side. And I might be a little bit late to the game on this, but I wanted to respectfully ask that you address County Line Road traffic safety issues. I actually grew up in the house that I live in now. I lived there on and off since 1978, 1979. And our road has changed a lot, not only in terms of volume, but also in terms of speeding. So I ask that you really address the County Line Road traffic safety as a condition of approval to this project, mainly between Orchard Way and Ithan Avenue, which to me has really turned into a mini superhighway. Clearly this plan will impact all major roads, larger roads and particular smaller roads. But for me, it's a safety issue. When I was a child, my mother allowed me to ride my bike on that street, and I really don't even allow my son or daughter to play in our front yard anymore because the cars are either going too fast or there are too many of them.
One second, Will.
Sure.
While you're on the topic, I just want to ask, is that section in the traffic studies we've seen so far? It is, okay. So they've started that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm just proposing whether it's something as simple as lowering the speed limit, but unfortunately that does little effect because I know Radnor Township or Lower Merion are not allowed to use, radar guns to monitor and enforce speeding, so they have to set up a complex method of slowing cars down and stopping them. And I've also been told that really they can't ticket unless a car is going above 10 miles per hour above the speed limit. So 41 miles an hour on my street is ridiculous, but if you're going 40 illegally, you can't really get a ticket. That is if anyone were actually to enforce the speeding on the street anyway. As well, I'm proposing maybe a stop sign at Braxton Avenue or speed bumps or a crosswalk, but really some type of traffic calming on County Line Road would be appreciated. I also wanted to make a note. Someone mentioned the lighting at the stadium, which I had to chuckle because while it definitely shines into all the neighborhoods, I laugh because I've now been able to teach my son how to make hand puppets in his bedroom from the lights actually shining in to his room. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jim Yiannopoulos, 15 Braxton Road. Some of you may know I'm president of a local homeowners association, Northeast Radnor Homeowners Association. At this point, we have 56 members, and 33 of them have contacted me about this proposal, and the 33 that have contacted me are against it. The people who seem to be in favor of this amendment to our zoning laws that have come forward to speak have largely been university employees and alumni. When they come forward to criticize those of us who express reasonable concerns, they like to characterize us as NIMBYs, who have dug in their heels, and they say things like, after all, they knew they were buying their house near a university. Yes, I did a little research before I bought my home, and I certainly knew its proximity to the university. I also reviewed the zoning laws and learned what was permissible for the university in terms of development and what was not permissible. My reading of these codes reassured me that some wise leaders of Radnor Township had long ago taken steps to protect and preserve the wonderful character of this township. With that information, we decided to invest in our home and raise a family here. I have several friends who are professors at Villanova now, and I've met many wonderful students. As a few of you know, I work independently as a private college admissions consultant, and I have some clients who are going to Villanova. So, this is definitely not about a few NIMBYs being concerned about this. Many have come before you, actually, who don't live anywhere near the proposed development that have expressed some criticism of this amendment and its potential for negative impact to the entire township. And this isn't about a few residents who have their heels dug in. In fact, there's almost unanimous agreement that any development that is within the scale of the rest of the township would be more desirable than a surface parking lot. But at this point, it seems that Villanova is the ones that have their heels dug in and are wanting it just a certain way. They've come, I don't know how many times it's been now, how many appearances, but I know lately it seems that they've gotten impatient with how many times they've had to come back to you. Yet, when they have come back, it seems that basically they presented the same proposal with a few minor modifications. I understand it's hard not to feel exhausted by the whole process and be tempted to just move it along. Maybe some of you even have friends at Villanova and are tired of hearing their complaints. I know, such things can make it harder, such relationships, to disapprove of something like this amendment, yet I think rejecting it is the right thing to do. Their attorney has claimed that Radnor has some of the most restrictive zoning laws in the state. That's not saying much. Compared to any state, for example, in New England, Pennsylvania townships are very permissive, and it's often to their detriment. I'd encourage you to take a close look at those townships in Pennsylvania with less restrictive zoning codes than Radnor. I'm certain that you would not say you would prefer to live in one of those townships, or that any of your fellow residents should prefer them. If you look at this proposed zoning amendment objectively, it is completely out of scale to any other part of Radnor Township. It would violate current zoning laws by almost doubling the building height, tripling the encroachment to the curb, and quintupling the density. So really, this proposed amendment represents a complete repudiation of that wise work I referenced a minute ago of those past Radnor leaders, the work they did to create institutional zoning that protects and preserves the wonderful character of this township. So I urge you to tell the Board of Commissioners, to tell the university to come back with a realistic plan that would really work in Radnor Township. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Roberta Winters, 326 Williams Road in Rosemont. I just thought it would be helpful sometimes to reflect on the Radnor Township Comprehensive Plan update and what was put in 2003 in your documents. And it says, if every municipality is unique, Radnor is especially unique because of its wonderful blend of old and new residential communities and its relatively mature and built-out land use patterns. Further, the challenge becomes keeping Radnor as it is, preserving the outstanding historical and aesthetic qualities of so much of Radnor already existing, keeping the residential neighborhoods as affordable as possible in the face of monsterization and rapidly escalating real estate values, maintaining the town's diversity and the appeal of Wayne's diverse small shops and restaurants, all in the face of a complex of potential, potent, natural system, demographic, and economic forces. During these few months, we have an opportunity to protect and maintain our current zoning ordinances. If we choose to do otherwise, we will pay for the price of such development for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. Is there any additional public comment?
Anna Marie Hessman, Barleycorn Lane in Rosemont. I am both excited. I came in, unfortunately, at the end of the presentation, so all I know is the slide that's up on the screen now. I'm happy to see that finally there's a little more comparison going on in their proposals, but I'm disappointed to see that this slide here, while it has the blue lines of the current zoning setback, it doesn't have the numbers. And I want to point that out for several reasons. Throughout this process, each presentation that Villanova has painstakingly put a lot of work to put together is missing clear factual deltas with what do you have now, what would we have now, versus what do we want. And then line by line, why should the community give this to them? The first thing I've seen in a while, actually, I thank the Friends of Radnor and David Honorato for putting together some background that some of us in the community received that showed the specific numbers of the differentials. But I'm asking, why is that coming from a lawyer hired by a group of residents? Why is that not coming from the township? Why is that not coming from Villanova? And I am very impressed by the beautiful work, but I am insulted by that. The relief map, lacking the elevation, second floor of my house at the same height as the ground level of the parking lot that they want to build things 4, 5, 6 stories on top of. Sidewalks right up against the pike. The biggest thing that they could do for our community is buffer that some more, make a better pedestrian area, more green. That's not what I'm seeing in this plan. I'm not seeing relief from the pressure on the people and the walking. That will benefit our community. This does not. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Anybody else? Thank you all very much. It's nice to have such a good turnout for one of these meetings. We appreciate it. Okay, on to board discussion. Does anyone have any questions first?
I do. Oh, how do you expect to proceed with this tonight?
My thought is that we would need to have a discussion of the new things that have been changed or anything else in the ordinance, and then decide whether or not we want to make a motion tonight. Personally, I would like to, because we've been doing this for so long. But
Actually, not to argue with you, but we haven't been doing this one so long. We worked on our institutional ordinance for about a year at least, and meetings that were the institutional zoning only, not an agenda item stuck in with many others. So I think our time spent on this has been very limited to even think about passing something like this with so many openings and questions that if I personally have to vote on this tonight, I will vote against it because there's too many unknowns.
No, I agree with you.
Okay? So if that is our intention.
But if week to week things don't change very much,
well, that's not
it
our
might be
problem
time to-
necessarily, because I have 3 revisions here that I got 2 days ago. You know, and then there's something different tonight. We can't. Pardon me? Well, I got them Friday. Okay, I got one dated NJC revisions 4/16/13. I got another one that.
Julia.
Yeah, 426, and there was one other one in here. I'm not sure what. Here it is, another
Well,
416 with the red lines. But there's too many little details that we couldn't possibly begin to address tonight.
Do you
And I would like to see one plan, one set of numbers. We just got comments from the township Thursday or Friday. We need to compare that. And then we hear tonight from the group's attorney, the other group, the Citizens, Friends of Radnor, whatever you're calling yourself, that there are yet other numbers that we haven't seen. I'd like to see those. And I don't think we can even discuss this intelligently until we get one ordinance in front of us. We can get comments from the township staff, and I think we're going to need a series of meetings on this to at least spend as much time as, maybe not as much time, but quality time on this so that we can get something we can live with and not destroy the township.
I'd just like to say that I really appreciate it if there was less applause in between every statement. We have a long night ahead of us, and we want to keep working and get our job done. So if we could keep it to a minimum so that everyone feels that they can speak their minds, that would be greatly appreciated.
Julia, can I just jump? I apologize. And the reason I'm going to say this is that I have to fully agree with Kathy, and please don't applaud because we do have a long meeting tonight. I haven't even had one moment to discuss this ordinance because last month, the one meeting I missed was the first time that we actually picked up the ordinance and discussed the ordinance. I watched the meeting when I returned from my trip. My question was going to be a request. Could we as a board discuss the ordinance and not use the word Villanova, please? This application is about a zoning amendment. I have lots of notes and questions and comments about the ordinance that have nothing to do with the applicant. So we don't need the applicant to stand up and answer questions for us because they're not about the applicant. If we are truly considering a zoning ordinance, then it should be a zoning ordinance that would be applicable to all the institutions in the township, which means we either should have no institution in here speaking or all the institutions in here speaking, and that would really be cumbersome. So I was just thinking, could we just talk about some basic stuff about the ordinance? Peter, thank you, by the way, Peter. We received 5 different versions. We received the 2 March 26th drafts, a red line and a black and white copy of the red line that came with the packet that we received last week. They're clearly no longer relevant, so I'm going to toss those. And then we received what I could figure out was 4 versions of the April 16th update, which was the applicant's version, Peter's, which was in black and white and red line, Peter's notes about that version, and then Peter's red line version and his own, and a black and white copy of the red line version of his proposals, kind of, but the notes on Peter's notes of the April 16th version, I found extraordinarily helpful. Thank you, Peter. They were kind of your legal thoughts, questions we would have asked you, or you would have, imparted your legal wisdom to us had we been sitting at the April 16th meeting about the new version. And then what I'm gathering you did was then gave us the red line of your rewrites of it and then the black and white copy to make it easier to read. So I started at the beginning of that one. And for me, I'm kind of stuck on the very first section of the ordinance, which is the very last sentence says, this use provides for a variety of benefits while protecting adjacent non-institutional properties from adverse impacts. And I wrote on my version of it, how is it protecting? I remember when we talked about the must ordinance, which we still have to get back to at some later point, and I said, okay, but where's the mixed-use special transit? Because it was a new ordinance proposal. This is a new ordinance proposal, and it's saying in it that its purpose and intent is going to provide protection from non-institutional properties. And I don't see anywhere in this ordinance where there's any provisions to provide protection. What I see is an ordinance that wants to greatly reduce setbacks and introduce commercial uses that are not provided for in our current PI zoning, not provide parking for those new commercial uses in the PI zoning. And so I just wanted to kind of start at that. Is that even what we want? Is there some value to a comprehensive integrated college development? And I don't want to talk about the parking lot because Mr. Martin, whoever it was who said, if we're comparing it to a parking lot, I get it. Something attractive on Lancaster Pike could look better than a parking lot. But this is something that could be potentially built anywhere. And by the way, that was going to be my second question. Has anybody in the township, is it appropriate for us to ask the applicant to do this work, or is it appropriate for us to ask the township to do this work? Where else in the township would this ordinance apply specifically?
You can ask either. I mean, it's the applicant's proposal.
Okay.
And if it's something that you guys want to see and they feel like in order to move the proposal forward, then you can ask them. They always can say no, but then you can count that against them. As Julia said, you're under no obligation here.
I know that.
Yeah, so
Right, which then gets to something else I just wanted to share and back Kathy up on. I appreciate that the applicant has been discussing and planning for this project for a long time. I do. But we've seen it only since February, and last month was the first time we ever laid eyes to the actual ordinance. And unlike a plan with a variance or a plan where you ask for a bunch of waivers, which I asked this applicant to please consider doing that, and he declined. We don't have an MPC requirement to rush this along in 90 days. We don't. And it's really, really big, and I'm finding it very complex. I read the Delaware Planning Commission County Planning Board comments. It's 11 pages long. I mean, there's a lot for us to digest. And I only really, to be honest, my most thorough comments, I really only got through the first 4 pages. And then the one other thing I'm going to say, and so then we should figure out what we want to do is, we must, I believe, that we must formalize definitions of site, lot, tract, and land, and building within this ordinance, if we're even going to consider proceeding with it. Because those site, lot, tract, and land, and building, and structure are still not defined. And if we're going to consider doing this, we have the freedom to put in whatever restrictions and constraints make the most sense for this type of development. But so let's make sure we do that. But I really do want to answer the first question of how is this proposal protecting non-institutional properties?
And Julie, I'll be happy to answer.
No, absolutely not. Sit down. Sit.
The Planning Commission needs to discuss this. I don't.
Let me jump in?
Yeah.
Let me jump in. I agree with almost everything you said. I'm on the same page as you, as Kathy as well, except that in the forefront of my mind right now is we have been working on this for a while. We didn't go through the wording of the ordinance, but we've certainly been talking about all the concepts and all the issues and for a while. I don't think this is a good ordinance the way it is, but I don't think it's our job to fix it. We could rewrite this like we're doing PI or like we did something else, and we could take that on as a big project, but that's not our job.
Well, that's for darn sure.
And I think that because we've been working with Villanova, they've I feel, responded to some of our concerns. They've made some tweaks and they've changed some things in the direction that we would like to have seen the project go. I think they did not go anywhere near far enough. I think that we're not hearing hardly anything positive from the public about this. But I don't think that having a few more meetings on this is going to change that at this point. I think we need to say, this isn't working. But I'd like to, hear from all the board members to see what people think. And where are we? Do we want to continue to try to fix it? Or
I'd like to add a comment. Well, first off, I agree that we have gotten an awful lot. We've had a lot of hearings, but I'm not sure how effective the hearings have been. And that's not anybody's fault, because this is a complex subject and it requires a lot of study. After all, Villanova does own the land, and they do have some rights to develop the land. The question is, can they develop the land in a manner that's not going to change the character of the community and it's not going to negatively impact the citizens, the residents who live near the university? And I think we have to take that into consideration. When I was reviewing this material and getting ready for this meeting, I came to the conclusion that there's really just too much here to make a decision tonight, unless that decision is no. I also would think that the citizens here would be well served if we would be permitted to publish the comments on our website of the Delaware County Planning Commission. I think that would provide some light and give these folks an opportunity to see just what some of their comments are, because the things that I've been hearing from the residents are reflected in this report. Having said that, I would not be necessarily against voting tonight if that's the sense of the board, but one more meeting may not hurt to give Villanova an opportunity to bring this plan, to see if they can bring the plan into something that's more accessible, more acceptable. As it stands right now, it's not. It's just too big. It's still too big. I know they've made some changes. It's too close, and it's simply not in keeping with the vision of Radnor and Radnor Township.
I would like to make a comment. One of the things I felt uncomfortable about with the way last meeting went was that we were trying to come up with the right numbers for the ordinance, but we didn't really have the opportunity to discuss it or roundtable it, as has been suggested. A lot of the organizations for different reasons, are now are grouping and coming together, and maybe there's still that we're not comfortable, but they're starting to say what they're requesting. And I think the more information that Villanova, the township, or any organization that's in support of this ordinance or wants to be a part of this, that information needs some time to filter in through the residents, and we need the opportunity to say, what is it that we're looking for? Because I was not comfortable with the numbers that were, some of which I felt were just, well, what are we choosing, 60 feet or 50 feet? What are we doing? We got to get through this tonight. That didn't make me comfortable, and I live on Browning Lane. I live next to most of the people here, and I want to see something different than a parking lot there, but I do not like the way I am getting out to Ithan. I don't go that way anymore to Lancaster. I just can't get around. I want to see Villanova have a successful project, but I really think that we need to be able to get more of the information from them, and we need to give them more of the fine numbers. And I just don't think I'm ready to make a decision tonight.
I'd like to add something else, too, and I forgot. I'm sorry. Let me just interrupt you for a second, Skip. And that's that somebody mentioned the fact that this is specific to Villanova, and we're trying to work this thing to a point where it becomes acceptable, or at least listen while other people work to try and make it accessible. And as somebody, Susan, I think, just pointed out, it's not our job to really, or Kathy, to do this. And there's a comment on the April 30th observations made by Gannett Fleming about how this may impact other institutions. Well, that's what we started out to do, as I understand it, and I came a little bit late to the party with the revisions to the existing planned institutional ordinance. And these two, the one we're considering for Villanova and the one that we were working on, are now, the whole lines are becoming blurred, and I'm really beginning to wonder if stepping back from this may not be the smartest thing, although I still think that letting the citizens have an opportunity to see some of these comments and have another meeting at least, give Villanova a chance maybe to take one more stab at it. That's why I think we probably, a vote might be premature tonight.
As you know, or many of the folks in the audience know, we have been working on two ordinances really here. We've been working on PI and this. And you also probably know that a number of us on the board have had grave concerns about density increases without some relief somewhere else on the same campus. In terms of moving forward on this ordinance, I'd like to think about Cabrini briefly as a history note, where they were proposing a 700-car garage. We made a suggestion that they break it into two garages and move it off of Eagle Road. My feeling is that what the exercise we went through last meeting, where we laid out parameters that we might find acceptable, things get lost because the minutes are not there and people don't want to watch another 3-hour meeting again. But a number of us said that we would not vote for this ordinance, even with those numbers, unless there was some adjustment for the increase in density on this site somewhere else on campus, whether it's a permanent conservation easement. And what's proposed here so far by Villanova is a move in the direction of requests we've been making, but I would have to vote no if this was just going to be voted straight up and down the way it is. Because first off, we've not addressed 2/3 of the other setback issues. There's 2 more pages from the outline that we had worked on last time. Secondly, in the PI, even though I would not vote for that if it were a straight up and down vote tonight, there has been a lot of discussion about taller buildings. The idea that an additional square foot of footprint should be 1 square foot of open space is not what we're even talking about in PI. So I have a lot of problems with it. I think that Villanova is entitled perhaps to a vote, but I could tell you right now, you almost don't have to guess that the board is going to vote no.
Yeah, I'm in the no category. I'm in the just not enough information camp with, I guess, most of the people. I would like to see, I'd like to get all the information out. If the details of the traffic study have been requested by the people in the audience and they haven't been delivered, please deliver them. We want to get it all out and get it voted on, and the full information I think is better. And I would like to get their comments. it would help me to see some, because the scale of this thing is what is frightening everyone. It would be helpful if we could get some, some pictures of some elevations, coming down Lancaster from both directions, coming down Ithan from both directions, so we could understand what the scale of this thing looks like. So we can really see, is it really, are the sidewalks too tight? Is it too high? How many buildings? Is it going to be an average for the ceiling, for the height of the building? I would think it would be an average. It should be an average. But I think some of those details would be nice, to have worked out. The parking structure, big boxy parking structure, that's a tough situation. It would be nice to see some architectural detail on that, to see how that could be mitigated more, harmoniously brought into the keeping of the neighborhood. Personally, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think there's a lot of merit to taking and getting the parking right next to the dorms, and having a bridge over. I don't have any problems with that, but I just don't have a good feel and sense for how great the density is going to be. There's a lot of people scared to death of it. When the first thing first came out, I wasn't scared at all. Now I'm getting a little nervous. So I'd like to understand and appreciate that a little more. There was one other thought I had, but would also like to understand, you talk about 7% as the retail. How many square feet of retail is that, Nick?
It's about 18 or 20,000 or something like that. I believe. Is that right, Chris? We've been saying all along that I believe it was 17.
Okay, that's fine. It would just, I'm less concerned about parking the retail, because if there's no parking on Lancaster, but I'd just like to understand the mix and what you're talking about there, to make sure that it's really pretty much located, or student-centric type retail, because somebody's going to have to then park in the garage and walk over, and nobody's going to go through that aggravation, in my opinion. So I'm less concerned about parking of the retail, but I'd like to learn a little more about it.
Obviously, this is a complicated process, and we've been working a lot, and we've come, I think, a long way. One issue being the traffic. I think our traffic engineer consultant for the township has done a good job in highlighting a few of the different things that we could be doing in the future throughout this process to help mitigate any future increase in traffic or in the design numbers, whether those numbers are actually what we result in or not. So I think one thing to point out is that any design that were to come forward, the township is of the mindset that there is an increase in traffic based on the increase in parking. Sometimes you've heard Villanova saying that there won't be an increase in traffic. However, they will be designing for an increase in traffic. So regardless of whether or not you believe there's going to be an increase in traffic, that will be designed for as part of the project if this goes to construction. And so it's a complicated thing, but there are many design flaws in the current situation that could be, when designed properly, could help with the traffic. Another, stormwater management. The existing stormwater management is not desirable. Any design that were to come forward would be under our new standards and would be an improvement. The reason I think this project has merits in concept is there are a few. One, they have the right to develop their site. If you were to cluster onto this location, I think for the township overall, that's something we're looking towards, is clustering and preserving open space. If you were to cluster on this site and not preserve the open space, I would not be in favor of it. So that's something we have to solidify. It's moving in that direction. Also, the need for housing is definitely there. I'm a little concerned about putting it all in this location because of the neighboring residents. I guess that's one thing that I still am a little uncomfortable with is the new residents that are in there. How will that impact the neighboring communities, and how can that be mitigated? How can the recreational uses required for those students be incorporated into the plan or into this design? Other than that, I think a lot of the other things are housekeeping issues. I would rather go through the changes that were made last time. We asked for the applicant to make some changes, and they came back with some, and I'd rather go through those rather than just saying, I'm not happy with the plan, or I'm happy with the plan, or I don't have enough information. I think we need to do the work that's before us.
Okay, I agree to a large extent with Susan here. We should not be focusing on the institution. We should be focusing on the ordinance itself. I'm really irritated by the fact that we have, in effect, two separate ordinances here. This one and the regular plan institution one. Why are we doing it that way rather than just having one and making it work for the whole township? But that, I also don't know where else in the township this particular one could apply. I mean, you asked that question, and I keep thinking about other places we're going to have something like that, and because I don't see it many, and maybe I'm wrong, it seems to me as this is being specifically tailored to this site, which I don't think is appropriate. There's been a great deal of focus on keeping this away from residential areas, particularly in the back. I would think we would want to move them closer to where the train tracks are. That if that's the development that's going to be happening, I think it should be further away from Lancaster Avenue. I personally think it's too tall. But the only other thing about this, and we talk about somebody said offsetting, higher density in one place by offsetting with guaranteed breakout open space elsewhere on the campus. I would put a caveat on there that open space on the campus has to be in Radnor Township. Okay, that it can't be across County Line Road in Montgomery County. That if it's going to be useful to our township, then it needs to be in the township. And so, I mean, that seems to be logical. Let's go through as you suggested.
All right. I'd like to start with getting comments from staff on. I'd like to hear Peter go through his comments. They were very helpful. I'd like to also talk to Kay and Roger, if people think it's a good time for that.
Could I ask one question first?
Of course.
What would change our thinking on setbacks a lot would be to straighten out initially the reference to right-of-way and curb line, because the curb line can be a floating thing. The right-of-way is not necessarily a floating entity. So if we're working from...
Well, that's Peter to address that specifically.
Yes,
I think everybody
it was
agrees.
addressed in there. But I think that needs to be done before you can look at setbacks, because that would change setbacks.
Yeah, and Kath, just to address that, my understanding last time was the board said, let's make it from the curb line. That's why we used the curb line. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I agree with you. We were thinking curb line, but it's not necessarily something that would remain where it is now. Because, for example, I know we're not talking about Villanova, but we are. And I think we will not say that we're not just talking about Villanova, because if you keep asking for the traffic studies, that's Villanova. If we're just looking at an ordinance, then why are we looking at traffic studies?
I don't ask for traffic studies, just so you know.
But a lot of people are.
Let's decide, though. Shouldn't we decide which one we're doing? Because I always thought this was a specific ordinance for Villanova, and that's what we were discussing. Well, anyway.
This ordinance would be a subset of the new PI ordinance. That's how it would work. And this will really only, we're going to set it up so it only applies to Villanova.
Okay, so then we can just...
that's how it's set up.
No,
we
that's
can
fine.
change that, But
Right.
currently, that's how it would be. It doesn't really apply anywhere else because of the restrictions that were written into the ordinance.
I agree. So can we then just have a Villanova
No,
discussion?
I'm getting looks. Am I wrong on that?
Then I need somebody to explain to me why this isn't spot zoning.
We'll get Peter to do that.
I'm here at a meeting. Can somebody please explain to me?
Unless Amy
if
wants
this
to go
is
first.
specifically for Villanova, one location, why is this? Because when I first became a planning commission member, I went to a whole presentation, several weeks of trying to be a good planning commission member. And I got told in that meeting, I still have the notes, that spot zoning is not legal. So if this is why I keep using the term custom zoning, because if this isn't spot zoning, ladies and gentlemen, it is custom zoning. So if this is designed
Why don't we start with
specifically
that?
for Villanova, then is it spot zoning, and why are we even discussing it? Because my understanding is that's not legal. So here I'm at a meeting. I'm back.
I think it's over to you, Peter.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Come on up and talk to us.
Let me just give some overview on what you received from me. The rewriting of the ordinance is not my recommendations. Okay, what it is I rewrote the ordinance provided to you by Villanova. I made the changes that the Planning Commission agreed upon at the last meeting. I reorganized and de-Villanova centrified the ordinance so it would be less of a custom ordinance, because I think as it's written right now where it says, okay, you must front an arterial street, that does create a major issue with spot zoning, because clearly I think Villanova is the only institution in the township that fronts such a street. I might be wrong. Then I also highlighted in yellow places, once I did a rewriting, where it became apparent there was kind of regulatory gaps. And I kind of added things saying, if you're going to adopt an ordinance, here are things that we might need to fill in to cover everything. Because the way the ordinance is currently written is very much so, it's what Villanova needs to build what they're proposing. And what you really need to do as a planning commission for the entire township is look at the ordinance on how it would work on every institution in the township and not just Villanova, and how would it affect every neighborhood in the township around an institution and not just neighborhoods around Villanova. In my rewrite, I took out that limitation that it had to front basically Lancaster. Taking that limitation out, going back to your questions, where else would this apply? It would apply to any institution that had 10 acres, that were willing, either open or willing to redevelop what was currently on that 10 acres. So if you take out the need to front an arterial street, it's going to apply basically anywhere, in any institution within
So
the township.
that was that arterial street clause that was tying us just to
Okay. Villanova. So unless there's another institution that I can't think of that fronts an arterial street, I don't believe there is, it really would be limited to Villanova at this time.
And Peter, if we leave in the language that fronts an arterial street, then are we therefore not spot zoning any longer?
No, if you leave it in there,
Yes.
certainly the argument could be made. Is it a slam dunk that it's spot zoning? Absolutely not. I mean, the classic spot zoning is when you take a quarter-acre parcel on the corner of East and Main and rezone it from residential to commercial so the Wawa can go in there. That's spot zoning. This certainly heads down that path. Certainly, the history of how this proposal has come about would help anyone making those allegations. I think leaving it in there is a problem, but it's not something where I say absolutely not, you can't do it. There's no way we could beat such a charge.
All right. I mean, look, my philosophy is I think I think this situation is so unique. I am really having trouble trying to write a zoning code for every PI district to try and address the situation that's before us tonight. And I think there's a lot of merit behind the development. I think the aesthetics now are ugly. I think the traffic is bad. I actually believe there'd be an improvement in traffic and pedestrian traffic as well as car traffic, as well as I also believe there'll be some relief in the neighborhood because we've heard it through all the meetings about all the Villanova students and all the havoc they cause in the local neighborhoods. So, it doesn't mean it's going to happen that way, but I believe it's going to happen that way. And I also think that, the students right now are driving and parking on the lot. If they live there and their car's across the street, and more of them live there, it stands to reason less of them are going to be driving. So I think it's a unique situation. I also think they have a right to develop some of their property. So I'd like to find a way without trying to figure out how the impact of this, what we're doing here, impacts everything else. If we could just address this one, whatever legal means that we can do it.
I agree with you. I think this would be much easier to work on and to work out something that would not destroy the township in its density if we work specifically with this site than make something so generic that it might work at any institution. Because this is, it's a site that I don't think at present time you could find anywhere else in the township. And it has a lot of special issues, and I think it'd be, we would do a better job if we work specifically with this site as opposed to a generic zoning issue.
May I ask a question about arterial streets? I remember I asked this a few months ago. Right now, the only arterial streets in Radnor are Lancaster Pike, North Spring Mill Road, and Sproul Road. So, to their credit, one change to the ordinance that I agree with strongly is that should an institution request this as a conditional use, that they are limited to one per institution. So that was a good change that occurred last month. However, because I don't think I ever got a clear answer to this question of how it is that major collectors then at some point become designated as arterial roads, and it does have to do with traffic counts, and we all agree that traffic is increasing in Radnor Township. The major collectors in the township are Bryn Mawr Avenue, Conestoga Road, County Line Road, Darby Paoli Road, Eagle Road, King of Prussia Road, Matson Ford Road, North Wayne, Radnor Chester, South Wayne, and Upper Gulf. Well, I know of like 5 institutions just in my little Ward 4 that are on those major roads near our house, Steve. And I know of Eagle Road and King of Prussia Road. So I'd like to understand before we either leave in or leave out the concept of arterial roads, what causes a major road to become labeled an arterial in 2 years, and all of a sudden we've got like 6 different institutions that can do this very same development, or it can come to the Board of Commissioners and request the conditional use, because yes, I do understand that's a major piece of this,
It's not
but
a waiver issue.
So since Amy's here, what causes that to happen?
Well, the streets, the way the streets are classified is set forth in the Saldo. And the Saldo sets forth with average daily traffic. And, once, for example, arterials have an average daily traffic of 10,001 cars and greater. Major collectors are 3,501 cars up to 10,000. That's how it's defined in the Saldo. Now, even if traffic increases, until the Saldo is amended and new streets are added or reclassified, even if King of Prussia now has an average daily traffic of 15,000, until it's reclassified in the Saldo, in other words, until the township adopts an amendment to the Saldo that says King of Prussia is now an arterial street, it remains a major collector. So it's up for ultimately it's up to the township and the Board of Commissioners to adopt an amendment to the Saldo to change that. It's not something that automatically happens or is just automatically reclassified by some other entity. It's the township that makes that decision.
Can the township be compelled by a traffic study and an institution that hires their lawyer and said, we want you to reclassify Eagle or King of Prussia as an arterial?
They can make that request, but just like they've made a request here, but they can't compel us to make that change. Because, to be honest, we can change the Saldo to readjust the average daily counts and what's classified. You know, all of a sudden we could say an arterial must have an average daily count of 100,000. You know, we could reclassify it that way. Many townships that I deal with, they just classify the streets. They provide no explanation of why one street is classified one way and another. Radnor is unusual that they actually, I assume at the time this was adopted, they actually went out, did the counts, and said, okay, this is how we're classifying the streets.
So I know this seems like it's off topic, but it really is at the very base of what I view as planning, to understand the impacts of, well, if this, then that, and this could happen. And so, Peter, thank you. I appreciate, understanding that. But if I hear you correctly, when all is said and done, once this is passed, all it really would take is one vote by the Board of Commissioners to change the designation of a street from a major collector to an arterial, and a number of institutions would then have the right to do this. If we leave in the word arterial. If we don't leave in the word arterial, they automatically, or would in all likelihood automatically, there's any number of institutions that would have the option legally to attempt to enact this overlay, or what are we even calling it? Just designation, I think, is the terminology.
It's just a new use.
Right, new use. Okay. Can I mention two things specific about the ordinance that concern me?
Wait, could you wait just
Yep.
one second?
Oh, no, we were going to hear from staff. That's right.
But I have one more overriding question that I want to ask.
Yep.
Don't give me bad looks when I ask you this question. Okay. The general feeling that I hear from the board is that most of us like the direction the plan is going. We don't love it, but we like the idea that that area is being redeveloped, and that we're going to have save open space somewhere else, generally. I'm talking about my impressions of what I've heard from my fellow board members.
If you want to take a vote to satisfy the audience, I'm fine, but...
Well, I just want to bring up a point. I want to ask Peter a question. I'm sorry if I summarized your feelings wrong. My question is, nobody seems real comfortable with the ordinance. There's so many issues here. Yes, we could plow through and work on it for months and try to come up with a great ordinance, but that's not really our job. That would be if someone is proposing this, the applicant is proposing this, and it would be their job to do that. But my thought, the thing I want to ask Peter is, can we turn back the clock, I guess, and have Villanova approach their development plan in a more standard way, as you would do it in some other?
Meaning have them do the development under the existing ordinance?
Yes. With variances and waivers, whatever they need that the township would approve of.
You certainly can ask them that. You can't force them to do that, but you can certainly
But I'm saying,
tell
is there
them.
anything stopping them from doing that, except that it's difficult?
No, not that I know of.
Okay.
Yeah, but a question, though, is that going to get us anywhere? We're still going to go through the same issues all over again, just in another 2 months?
Well,
What the difference would be, we'd be talking about this site. It wouldn't be site zoning, spot zoning. We'd be talking
Right.
about one site as a development plan, like we normally do.
Right.
Because, Steve, what's going to happen is we're going to go through this whole ordinance, in whatever fashion we go, and if it were ever to be approved, then they still have to come back to us as land development. So we have to look at we've been forced to look at the plan for 3 months, 4 months, even though we were supposed to be looking at an ordinance. And then if it were to get passed in any fashion whatsoever, we still have to go back through the plan because it will come to us as land development. If that would be the process. The three things about the ordinance that really stick out to me, whether it's just for Villanova or not. Under 28069 use categories, the way we have it currently set is that a performance space or a theater, however you want to call it, because of the type of use that we deem that to be in Radnor Township, we call for a 200-foot setback for a theater. I think they're calling for 10 or 30 or whatever it is. So that was just such a dramatic change to me. And I'm under regulations D1, subordinate use regulations. But the other thing that really hit me is that under our current zoning, 28068 C2 sets forth minimum square footage for dorm rooms. This ordinance does not. We set forth, I think, 200 square feet as a minimum amount of dorm space, and this ordinance doesn't do that. So although they're saying the plan could have 1,000 dorm rooms or 1,000 students, in fact, nothing in this regulation says to me, and Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, nothing in this says to me what the square footage has to be. And so, and it also says specifically in this under number 3, housing, that this housing in the CICD could house faculty, staff, faculty and staff. And so we could end up in a situation where this building is developed partially as dorm rooms with less than 200 square feet per room, and another section that it's faculty housing with families. And do we want children, because, and there are institutions, I don't know about in Radnor per se, but I personally know of an institution in a neighboring township that utilizes one of its buildings as faculty housing, and children live there, and it's a lovely environment. It's a K through 12. Do we want a situation where right on Lancaster Avenue we could have families potentially living there, faculty? Now, I'm not saying Villanova is going to do that, and I'm sure at the first opportunity the applicant will go up and tell us they have no intention to do that. But the reality is that the way the ordinance is written, they absolutely could do that. They could absolutely make dorm rooms that are smaller than 200 square feet, if I understand this ordinance correctly, and they absolutely could blend and have families, faculty living in these dorm rooms in this community development with students. If I understood this correctly, maybe I don't.
I would agree with you that the way they've written it, that not only are they talking about housing for students, but they're also talking about housing for faculty and staff. As for the minimum 200 square feet per dorm room, that's something that applies to the PI district as a whole. This would be a use, just like a retail use within the district. So that's something, and I think I've said this before, if this actually goes forward and it actually is something the township's going to seriously consider, it's going to need to be meshed either with our existing PI zoning or meshed with the new PI zoning that's being considered, and to make sure that there is not these gaps and make sure everything is overlapped. But I would say right now that 200 square foot requirement is something that applies to any dormitory within the PI district regardless of what use, be it a dormitory use, just regular like it is now, or be it a dormitory subordinate use within the overall use of the CD.
But do you remember the part of the ordinance, because I read your red line and I read your comments, where this ordinance says that if this that this ordinance supersedes other parts of the PI, and you even specifically wrote a comment, you would not support this exception. I mean,
No.
that's a pretty important
No, and
comment.
that exception is in there specifically. It's for Villanova to ensure that they can build what they're hoping to build, and that if they miss something or something, they forgot something, that there's a conflict that they didn't realize until they got into the land development and did the specific engineering, that wouldn't screw them up. It's just a safety valve for them, but it's not appropriate in a township ordinance.
Steve, do you want to jump in now? Is there comments that you can bring to bear?
Actually, our comments are on the April 30th Gannon Fleming letter. And if you go through there, I think we've actually touched on many of them already. And the one, the first comment, staff recommends the applicant provide a list of any institutions located in Radnor that may fall within the identified designation. So that goes back to the Planning Commission comment of where we also wanted to know, and we're asking the applicant to provide, is it Eastern, Cabrini? Are they in that 10 to 25 acre bucket, if you will? Then the second comment was the definitions of the term building and structure, again, which the Planning Commission touched on. And one of the larger comments brought up by the township engineer, Roger Phillips, was the statement regarding retail in comparison as 7% of total gross floor area. The concern being if the 7% included the performing arts area, it would give an inflated allowance for the retail. The garage, I'm sorry. And this was just a note, the 2009 IBC, which is what the township follows, indicates that retail shall not exceed 10% of the building floor area. And again, this was a comment by staff, and it was touched on by the Planning Commission. when we do review these things and we look at setback, you do have to take it from, our recommendation is that you take it from the right-of-way line because curbs do move and can be removed. Ithan Avenue, as shown on the sketch plan, is at its full right-of-way, at the ultimate right-of-way. It's not that now. So if you were to go visit the site today and look at the curb line and say, oh, here's the setback, that's not actually going to be the true setback if you base it on curbs, because on the plan, Ithan Avenue is widened to its fuller extent. So in a nutshell, we're saying you need to work from the right-of-way, the ultimate right-of-way. We did touch on the arterial street item. And this is another comment from our building codes officials and township engineers that setbacks must adequately provide emergency service access to all sides of the buildings and structures. Our concern was the parking structure in this regard to make sure that fire equipment can get around it. The height requirements consideration should be given to the regulations and restrictions of the 2009 IBC. And the one was and I know Mr. McCone touched on the land, revised to indicate the restrictive use of preserved land as passive recreation without parking. So not only no building, but we would request that it be noted as preserved land for passive recreation. So it doesn't get covered with some type of, a tennis court or whatever. It's supposed to be open for anybody's use, multi-purpose use. We touched again on building length, the parking requirements, off-street loading. We're noting that it's inconsistent with the township's zoning code requirements. As written, any off-street loading area is restricted from within the required front yards setbacks. Staff recommends eliminating the referenced arterial, thereby restricting the off-street loading area from all front yard parking setbacks. There's one section we just thought should be eliminated because it's going to be dealt with this commission when we come in for when Villanova comes in for land development. Another thing that was touched on was aisle width. Staff didn't have a problem with the 8'6" by 18-foot parking stalls so long as the aisle width was consistent at 22 feet, again, to accommodate negotiating those parking areas. And these were group comments from our SAC, Subdivision Land Development Advisory Committee, which is comprised of the township engineer, the traffic engineer, myself, our solicitor, and building codes official, and a police officer. So if you have specifics on those questions, someone here in this group can answer them.
Thank you.
I have a quick question about the application of the new Parks and Rec statute to this development. My off-the-cuff understanding is that in addition to any land commitment for a taller building, that Villanova would be subject to either a fee in lieu or dedication of open space because of the new construction. Am I still right on that? And can you give me a rough sense of that? Has anyone on staff worked on a number on that just to see what that is?
No, we have not, but we can do that based on what that proposed ordinance was, how that would affect Villanova.
I mean, that would be either a substantial sum or a lot of open space.
A large acreage.
Yeah. And would that be within the CICD? Because regardless of all the setback discussion we've had, if you have to dedicate 2 acres out of the CICD to accommodate 1,200 beds and the huge parking structure, that's a different design. That's less density right there.
If I remember correctly, that is not, it wouldn't have to be within the CICD. In fact, I don't even know if it has to be within the actual site of the development in general.
But it has to
be somewhere in the township, I think.
It has to be Villanova property, though.
Well, in order for Villanova, obviously, to lock it in, it's parkland.
But since we're writing the CICD, there's no reason why it couldn't be in the CICD, right?
It could be written that way, yes.
I think if you write it that way, though, you're pretty much directing it towards a fee.
Maybe there's, depends how it's written, I would think. Peter, if it's because it's CICD, do you have to have the fee as an option?
Well, I think that the ordinance currently has the fee as an option. And that ordinance, I think, is that saldo? Is that a saldo? That's a saldo requirement, not zoning even, I do believe.
and that there is a fee in lieu of an option.
Yeah. And I don't think it would be proper for us to kind of rewrite a Saldo ordinance in a zoning ordinance. We could reference it and maybe adjust it, but what you're doing is almost rewriting it. If you want to do that, it should go back into the Saldo.
And in the midst of all the malign discussion about the PI work that's been going on forever, that addressed this differently too, in terms of dedicating more open space for higher buildings.
Correct. And that, and that's, I reemphasize, that's something that would need to be dealt with, I think, one way or the other. This ordinance and that ordinance would need to be meshed together so that they are in sync and not in conflict.
Julie, I just want to, just want to clarify a statement I made earlier, and Steve had mentioned it on the retail. I had mentioned 7%, and that's approximately 18,000. That is incorrect. 7% actually equals 28,000, even though the intent's 18,000. That's where I came up with the 18,000 from. Okay, so I just want to clarify that. So
thank you.
So are we going to look at this as something just to Villanova, or are we going to look at this, because they're writing this for them so that it works for them, but we're trying to vote on it as an ordinance for everybody, and that's two very different approaches.
My personal opinion is that we should not.
We should not do what?
We should not be recommending approval of this ordinance at all, because it's.
Well, I know.
Well, we don't talk about the reasons.
I think the thing is that if we're trying to create a scenario for every university or school
yes,
system.
We would need to look at it as if it could apply anywhere.
But that's so difficult because we don't have any of that studies in front of us that shows who it could impact and what the situation could be. Could they obtain more land to be able to fall into that category? Yep. Plus, I think every neighborhood around every institution can all have their different concerns. And it's really hard to write a zoning code that applies to everybody and still take into consideration the immediate and direct needs of the residents, because I think Villanova is unique. It's one of the few on the arterial.
And those items should be coming in during land development, because when you're in a land development review, you're talking about a specific property, and that's when you should be addressing specific neighborhood concerns, specific traffic concerns. Mm-hmm. That's one of the reasons I'm having such a hard problem with the ordinance. I'm not having as much of a problem with the concept plan.
Right.
I'm having the problem with the ordinance. Right. And partly because what you said, to write an ordinance like this is going to take us as long as it's going to take us to write the PI. It's just you have to consider everything.
You do, absolutely. And I just want to make sure that, that everybody has, I want to be able to take a lot of the comments that have come here and see what their direct needs are, because a lot of the residents are willing to work with them as long as they know they have the option to work with them. Right. But they're not getting the peace of mind that there will be an opportunity beyond tonight to be able to say, listen, we on Aldwin Lane need a buffer that's not right up against our house. Mm-hmm. How do we know beyond tonight that we're going to have the opportunity to work with someone on that? Mm-hmm. And the fact of land development being thrown in as one more step they've got to go through, I feel like we need to hear some of the direct requests and be able to apply them to this code. But if it's supposed to be written for everybody around, how can we ever do that?
I think you've put your finger on the problem there. Okay. Do you want to talk about, would the board like to discuss the ordinance in detail now, or would they like to discuss how we'd like to proceed, or would you like to have Nick have some time for his rebuttal now?
I'm going to say like 2 words.
Go ahead.
Or not 2 words, but there's significant rebuttal I can give here this evening. I don't think it's going to resolve the issues before you, but we at Villanova have to move on at some point. So if the board feels they have to deny the plan and we have to go back to the drawing board, let it happen. I feel that it's a very good plan. We've went through a lot of detail in previous meetings on why this plan's a good plan, why that it is large
You didn't submit
buffers.
A plan. You submitted a zoning ordinance.
I meant the zoning ordinance, and then the plan this plan you're looking at for this particular site is a great distance more further than what the current ordinance requires from residential areas. And so that's why when we came to the township, we thought this was a good site. One, you had surface parking that was totally, had no stormwater management at all. Secondly, you had no traffic improvements, and thirdly, you had no pedestrian access. We have given all of that as part of our proposal, and in addition, the plan indicates that you're 500 feet from residential properties, whereas the current code only requires 200 feet. But I see where the board's going here. I would just ask that we move on this evening, whether a yay or a nay vote be taken. That's what we would appreciate. Okay?
Thank you.
Can I say something?
If you don't mind, have a chance to say one thing.
If it's brief.
It'll be very brief. Whoever said it up here, I don't know which one of you did, but I'm sorry. I don't know who said it from the board, but I think the better approach is to tell Villanova, thank you, but no thank you, and to make them come forward with a plan and have them compare it to the current zoning and to see what relief they need. I mean, that seems to be the only sensible way to do this. If they need relief, if they want to go higher, if they need a little bit buffering or setback requirements, then have them put their plan in detail on a piece of paper so that they can let you all know what zoning relief they'll need, what waivers they'll need, and then you can have an intelligent conversation and neighbors can be fully informed so that we're not guessing.
Brief.
We're not guessing as to what they want to do. They can put a plan, an engineered plan on a piece of paper, and we can all look at it and judge it against the current ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julia, could I make a motion?
Would you like
Can
to
I
have a
say something first?
Well, she asked if she can make a motion, so we don't have to vote on it yet.
Can I just make a quick comment?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I would prefer to see us go through the comments that were made by the staff and see how many of them would be acceptable and see if we are closer than we think to getting a match. Because a lot of these things here in the letter, I haven't heard yet from Villanova whether they would accept them. In the April 30th version, the comments, do you think that would be of merit?
I think we're not that far apart on some of the details, but I think that it doesn't address the overall concerns that were brought up about how this would apply everywhere in the township.
I think because this came before us after it had already been discussed at length at the Board of Commissioners, and my sense is that our job is to steer it in a direction as far as we can to be protect the residents and the interests of the residents. If I'm just going to say it's not in our purview to say yes or no to the plan. It's up to us to try to incorporate whatever we think would make the plan more appropriate for the township. And if we just say tonight, okay, well, we're going to vote against it, then I think we miss an opportunity to maybe come to a little more consensus on some of these items. But, that's my personal opinion.
But that's the problem. It's some of the items. And Villanova has asked us basically to make a decision. And I don't think we could finish this in one or two meetings. There are so many little things we really need to look at it. Setbacks, elevations, the land, generally. But it's an ordinance that we're writing. So we need to get it right, and much closer to right than we are now. So I don't think spending another hour or two even of discussing elevations and setbacks and preservation of land and so forth is going to get anywhere with this. Villanova said they have to move on, make a decision. And I think at this point, because there's so many problems with this, not something that we can straighten out quickly by just making a few decisions on little things. We tried that last month and did a really poor job, I think, of coming up with setbacks. It was like grab a number. Well, between this and this, okay, let's go with this one. That's a terrible way to write a zoning ordinance because it's something we have to live with. And it's in the middle of Radnor Town, well, not quite in the middle of Radnor Township, but it's in a place where it will bottleneck the township. And I think at this point we have no option but to vote on it. So I make a motion that we turn this down.
did you want to include reasons in your motion or just a straight?
I think they know the reasons.
Second.
It's been moved in second. All those in favor?
We're not going to have a discussion about that.
Please discuss.
Here's my only, it's more of a process because I do want to understand, be very careful of the process before I take a vote. Peter, if we vote to recommend to deny this ordinance, Villanova is still at their discretion to go to the Board of Commissioners and ask for a vote of the board.
Correct.
In the face
You're
of our
just providing a
denial-
recommendation.
In the face of our recommending denial of the plan, the Board of Commissioners could still approve this as it's written, or they could choose to make some changes or a lot of changes. And if some changes are made, it may not come back to us, and if a lot of changes are made, it would likely come back to us. Do I understand the process correctly?
It can, it could come back to you. Once again, it'd be at the board's discretion whether or not it comes back to you at all. But yes, you are merely providing a recommendation. This was sent to you by the Board of Commissioners for a recommendation, so it's then going to go back to them for a final vote, regardless of what you do here. So you can deny it, you can approve it with changes. Those are your three basic options. But no matter what of those three you take, it's going to end up in front of the Board of Commissioners next,
Okay.
unless Villanova decides to pull it entirely.
So the rest of my comment before I vote is that my grave concern is that if we vote, and it sounds as though we're going to vote to recommend denial, if the vote goes that way and we do not send along to the Board of Commissioners a very clear outline of the reasons that we vote to recommend denial, that the Board of Commissioners, we're fascinating folks, I get it, but they may not be watching our meeting, and if they don't have a context of why we have voted denial, they may go ahead and approve this.
Okay. I would.
And so I think it would be important to outline for them the reasons for, and that the major reason for me really is that without a full understanding of the impact of this ordinance on the entire township, I can't, in good conscience, recommend approving it.
Okay. I grant you that's a good idea, and I would go along with that. However, could I remind you of how often we have seen the outdoor dining ordinance that is just for Wayne overlay to put little tables on the sidewalk?
They were never obliged to send it back to us, Kathy, and I just wanted to
I know.
understand.
Can we make a motion and move on? It's getting late.
Okay, we're discussing, we're still in discussion. Skip wanted to say something.
Tonight, we've refocused on the path that we're approaching this project, and I think Julia gets credit for bringing this up, that maybe we, should not be doing ordinance after ordinance, that we should be using the existing ordinance. We should work it through as a true carved-in-stone land development plan. So I think that would be a reason to consider rejecting the ordinance because it's so incomplete that we should work with complete things, which we have in place. We have an existing ordinance. There is a certain willingness of the board to recognize the merits of clustering the density on Lancaster, and they should perhaps rely on what we have demonstrated as our opinion on this non-plan, on a real plan. So to put that in a motion, I would say that we reject it because we would prefer to have it go through the normal land development process would be one way of communicating to the commissioners our intent.
Do you accept that amendment to your motion?
I would accept that, and I would also like to add that let's put some concrete things in there, like we have a problem with setbacks, elevation, density.
I agree with that because one of the things that was made, how can they design a project if they have no idea what's on our minds? They're not mind readers. I think we need to really absolutely say, this is what we're looking for. And if it means calling the residents back up and each one saying, this is what we need, and then compiling all that information and saying, all right, at our next meeting, this is what the township, this is what we need, or somebody can write it all down, whatever. This is what we need for this to be approved. This is what the residents are asking for. So Villanova, here is something you can design by. I sure can't design a house for somebody if I don't know what they want. It's a shot in the dark. So we've got to give them some concrete
I agree
ideas.
with you that we need to do that, but I think it should happen in the land development process.
it would be unprecedented for us to sit up here and opine on a plan that has not even been submitted to us.
Oh, absolutely, I agree
So,
with you.
and just so 3 months ago, we asked Villanova to submit I mean, I know I asked, and the applicant declined. Maybe he will change his mind now, I don't know.
Okay, so
Well,
let's
we
get
also
back to
have the
Kathy's
objections.
motion.
We have the observations from the Delaware County Planning Commission as well as Gannett Fleming.
Yeah, I would
mean,
just attach
Let's-
them.
I would
or
attach
turn
those
them.
as another
Let's
reason.
reference those in the motion.
That's
Skip,
fine.
can you work on the motion?
Yeah.
So, and we're just talking right now. Kathy's motion, if she approves of
den-
this amendment, would be
To
that we,
deny the.
would be to recommend that this ordinance not be adopted.
And reference the Gannett Fleming memo.
And the Delaware
And-
County Planning Commission memo of
Yes.
March 21st, 2013.
And to state that our main concerns were, what did you just say? Yeah, how it would apply to, that it's not clear how it apply, how it affect the rest of the township.
And that we want to approach it as a land development.
We'd rather see it come in as a land development plan under the existing ordinance. There was something else.
Impact on the rest of the township, want to approach it through land development, want to attach the.
Skip, turn your mic on.
It was also,
I'm sorry, you want me to start over?
go ahead.
What I recall is that it starts out as a motion to deny by Kathy. We want to amend it to say that we deny because we do not know the impact on the rest of the township of this particular new zoning. We want to deny it because we would prefer that the applicant approach it through the conventional land development channel. And we want to attach as guidance for the commissioners the Gannett Fleming letter of April 30th, 2013, and the Delaware County Planning Commission letter on this project of March 21st, 2013.
And what about some unique conditions that are special to Villanova? Is there a way you can write that into that some unique conditions that exist with the neighboring areas, just that they can be addressed, that they have an opportunity to be addressed?
We can say that as the process moves forward, we encourage the commissioners to have extensive public input and to specifically,
You know, part of
Said too much.
me, just to jump in individually, there's been an incredible amount of comment. I mean, this has been going on since June of 2012. And I'm not saying that, obviously by saying no, we guarantee additional meetings. And we're just giving you the guidelines for the no at this point.
all right, just leave that one off.
Okay.
Just leave that one. Okay, are you comfortable with that, Kathy?
Julia,
I'm
I
sorry.
just want to.
Peter.
Staff just want to point out to make sure you recognize if they come in as a land development, at the very least they're going to need to go to the zoning hearing board, probably get several variances that are going to be outside, you know,
there'll be
your
meetings for all
purview.
those things.
That completely, as well as numerous variances, waivers, I'm sure. The other thing I just want to kind of, because I think I started this ball rolling down the hill. If your concerns are, if one of your major concerns are how it impacts the rest of the township, I think it can be written so it is much limited, maybe only to Villanova or maybe only to Villanova in an institution or two elsewhere. My point on just saying fronting an arterial street is that that's a very inartful way of trying limiting it to only Villanova, and that there's probably other ways we could write the ordinance to limit it to only Villanova and perhaps one or two other institutions maybe, or just Villanova, that would be, from a legal standpoint, much more defensible than the way it's currently written. I just want to make
Okay,
sure
thank you.
that's
I
pointed
mean,
out.
I appreciate that, but that's not the only concern.
Madam Chair, if I may just add, when you're referencing in your letter, do you want to reference the solicitor's revisions of 41613 also with his comments?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Kathy, do you want to make the motion? Want Skip to read it?
I would let Skip read it.
Microphone.
The motion is to deny the application for this new ordinance, the CICD ordinance. I'm going to leave in the first thing, because we have a concern that we do not know the impact on the rest of the township at this point. We want to approach this project through conventional land development as opposed to a rewritten ordinance. We want to attach the Gannett Fleming engineering letter of 4/30/2013, the Delco Planning Commission letter of 3/21/13, and the solicitor's comments of 4/16/13 to explain why we denied the application.
I think it's actually 426 are my
Okay.
ordinance and comments.
So amended.
Thank you.
May I ask a question real quick? You were saying we're denying it, or are we recommending that it,
We're recommending it not be adopted.
recommending that it not be adopted?
The wording would be, we recommend that it not be adopted.
That's why I want to clarify.
You want to re-second there, Steve?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
The only thing is
Okay, can we get back in position, people?
I still think it'd be nice to have that class we were talking about.
Oh, I'm waiting for Kevin to come back. Because he's been away. He's going to get back next week. We're gonna set it up. I think it's a great idea. Yeah.
She can't vote on this.
Okay, we are calling ourselves back to order. We still have several very exciting items on the agenda that everyone is looking forward to.
You have a gavel.
What do I do with the gavel? Throw it at people? Can we please take the side conversations out into the hallway? Thank you. All right. We just lost all the board members.
I'm here. I'm ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2.
Well, let's see these guys get back.
3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6. Let's go.
Okay, next on our agenda is Sketch Plan 13D1 for Stratford Avenue. Is the applicant ready? Thank you. Yes, this is the short version of your presentation. Is that correct?
We'll try. We do have a good amount of.
I have a
ground to
clock, and you get 15 minutes.
cover. Okay. Well, I think we can do that.
Okay, go ahead.
Ready? Good evening. My name is George Brosman. I'm representing 115 Stratford Avenue, LLC. They're the equitable owner of the property at 115 Stratford Avenue. It's the old, some people knew it as Villa Stratford. Some people knew it as Chef Tell's. It's had many, many names over the years. The San Francisco, I've seen that too. With me behind here, he'll be speaking in a little bit, is Bo Erickson. He's a principal with 115 Stratford Avenue, LLC. And Chuck Dobson, he's a civil engineer with Inland Design. He's our civil engineer on this project. We have a sketch plan that we would like to review with you. We had presented the same plan. It has some modifications now to the Board of Commissioners on April 8th, 2013. We have filed a plan with the Zoning Hearing Board, an application. I believe it's scheduled for next week, where we will be requesting certain variances and certain relief. And I believe we have also filed now filed a land development plan. This property is very well known to the township. The old Villa Stratford, which is quite a handsome building, it's now vacant and it's boarded up. It's a historic building that dates back to the early 1900s, and it is approved for a bar and a restaurant use. It is in very poor condition. It has undergone a partial interior demolition. That was in connection with a failed effort to turn it into a spa. Since that time, it's my understanding the property has been through foreclosure. It's changed hands a number of times. All the while, the condition of the old historic building and the property in general has declined. The property has no stormwater management system to control runoff from existing impervious surface, which is almost an acre of impervious surface. It's our understanding that the condition of the property has been an ongoing concern for the township. We have up on the board, or up on your screens, an aerial map that shows the property. I want to go over that and talk about the zoning and the area in general. So we have Lancaster Avenue, Route 30, which is the major commercial arterial for the township. That's cutting through
We've
the
heard of
exhibit
that.
here. Yes, you've heard that. We have Stratford Avenue, which forms a T intersection with Lancaster Avenue. At this point here, the property is one property removed from Lancaster Avenue. So the property is irregularly shaped, very long and narrow, with frontage on Stratford Avenue. I'm highlighting it here. To the left or to the west, you have the Stratford Shopping Center. A little off the page is the Farmers Market. In front of the property on Lancaster Avenue is the Enterprise Car Rental Agency. This property here, bordering the property, is the Citizens Bank. And the next property over is a commercial office. You have Farm Road and Windsor off to the right. On top of the property, or to the north, you have the Stratford offices, and on the other side of Stratford, behind the shopping center, are more of the Stratford offices. Suffice it to say, this long and narrow property is essentially an island. It is split zoned. I didn't mention that. The CO commercial zoning district starts here on the corner of Lancaster and Stratford, runs all the way down off the page to Banbury Way where the Wawa is. So all these properties are CO, commercial, and it cuts into our property, actually divides part of the building. So this darker shade here is our property zoned CO. And the balance of the property is R4. These properties over here are commercial. I think it's planned business. All of this on the other side of Lancaster is commercial. And all of this to the north is also CO, commercial, where the Stratford offices are. So what we have here is an isolated property. It's the only property on Stratford Avenue between Lancaster Avenue and Eagle Road that has any residential zoning left to it. Looking back at old atlas maps of the area, this neighborhood back here, Farm Road, some of the folks are here, is zoned R4. Our site is zoned R4. When this area was platted out, this old historic building from the 1900s, the idea was that Windsor was to connect through to Stratford, and this was all going to be part of the same neighborhood. This R4 zoning, I guess, is just a vestige of the past. You talked before about spot zoning. We haven't claimed it here, although I think there would be a pretty strong case. There's a concept called reverse spot zoning, where when all the zoning gets changed around something to leave an island zoned one way, I think there might be an argument here for reverse spot zoning.
But aren't there 3 residential properties there? What's that zoning?
This is residential here.
What's
R4,
the zoning there?
R4.
So how is that?
Because
how are you
we're
an island?
surrounded, we're the only property on Stratford. We're the only property on Stratford. We're completely surrounded on 3 sides by commercial. And this is residential here, you're correct. But there's really no reason that this be residential, especially if you're not connecting the road through anymore. That's really a vestige. So that's the situation we have. And again, as I said, it's the only property left that way. So we have a unique property, long and narrow, split zoning. We've got a non-conforming use there. We've got a bar and a restaurant. And we've got a large parking lot that extends back into the residential area. There is substantial vegetation along the edges, and there has been this area here that hasn't gone commercial yet. Although if it was ever zoned all commercial, it could be threatened to do so, or I know in the past there have been concerns about the non-conforming use needing to expand to go back there. As I said, the idea when this area was platted out was that this was going to be part of the neighborhood and Windsor was going to connect there. That's never happened. My client, and he's going to come up and tell you about it, we've tried to come up with a creative plan here to address some of the unique situations of this property. We have an old historic building that I think is a landmark in the area. It's very charming, although it's in very poor condition. So they're looking for a way to save that. They're proposing an office use of that, which we think is a very much more appropriate transitional use between the neighborhood and Stratford Avenue than a bar and a restaurant. So that would de-intensify the use there, make it office, make it a better transitional use. We've heard about stormwater problems. We have an extensive stormwater management system that Bo and Chuck will talk about. And I know the people back here certainly have concerns about what goes on back here, but our proposal is to put residential back here. We have a horseshoe-type building that we'll show you that internalizes the impacts around an internal courtyard, and we're proposing 8 townhome units back there. So although I'm sure the people would prefer it the way it is, to have nothing there, the parking does extend further back. But we're proposing residential, which we think is another further transitional use. So we have the office up front and the residential in the back. and we'll go through that plan with you, and I can talk about some of the density. The relief that we've asked for from the zoning hearing board primarily is we want to do density modification development on this tract of land, which is permitted in the R4 district by conditional use. So in order to do density modification, we've asked for a variance from the zoning hearing board. In the R4 district, you need to have 5-acre tract, and we've got a little over 2 acres. So that's the main variance we're asking for, to do density modification on a smaller tract. The density modification, when you read the purposes of the ordinances, it's talking about preserving features of the land and coming up with a more flexible plan. The features that we've identified to the zoning hearing board are the historic building, which we think is a landmark. We can save that by doing density modification, and there's heavy vegetation around the edges that we can save. And density modification has larger buffers and larger setbacks that we can get into. So that's the key zoning relief we need. There are some other more minor variances that we have asked for. And of course, if we get that relief, then we would come back in front of you with a conditional use plan and a land development. But I'd like to have Bo now show you the plan that we've come up with, this mixed use plan.
Hi, good evening. The plan that I've come up with really comes from reading your comprehensive plan and looking at the unique property that 115 Stratford is. As George pointed out, really everything on Stratford is commercial, and towards the east we have a residential component. So in looking at this and thinking of a way to transition from the commercial to the residential, a mixed-use project really is what I think is the best use for the property. What we are able to do, if we take that, is we can really follow a lot of the benefits of the comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan talks about saving the trees. If we follow this plan, we can increase our buffering around the perimeter and save the majority of the trees that currently exist on the site. We have a historic resource at the front. It's a very unique looking building. Anybody who's been around the farmers market, I'm sure, has seen it. And this use, by converting it to an office, would allow us to preserve that building. Also, as George stated, and in meeting with the township staff, they have pointed out that there are, or a effective stormwater management system here would be very beneficial, because right now the entire site drains basically to the east, and there's no controls. So I've looked at implementing a really high-tech, much higher than ordinance would require, stormwater system, and Chuck, our civil engineer, is going to touch on that. But it would really allow us to dramatically reduce the runoff from the site and be much more than a standard stormwater system. And so that's something that this kind of development would allow me to do. The other thing is that the residents, and I've met with the residents along Windsor and Farm Road, and they have expressed some concern about the impact of this development. They have suggested single-family homes. They'd like this area to remain residential. In looking at it from a single-family home perspective, I did look at those alternatives. I think this is a better use because it allows this parcel to really remain a transition from the commercial, does not connect into the residential neighborhood, because I did hear pretty much universal comments that they wanted this to be part of the neighborhood, but then others said that they didn't want it to tie in. So if they want us to be part of the neighborhood, then we should tie in, but I think that they don't want us to tie in, if I summarize it. They're here, so I'm sure you're going to get to hear their comments. This design, if we go to this kind of a horseshoe, allows this building to really have minimal impact here. It allows me to provide a larger buffer towards the rear, where I will build a berm, and I will provide as much landscaping and screening as I can. The design of a horseshoe, where the traffic flow would come into this, the garages will be inside these units. These are carports at the back.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Sure.
Do you have a plan you could put up that shows the individual units?
They're divided right here.
If I think
So-
it would help people if they could see that.
I don't.
Okay.
I didn't bring one today, but that's
Plan, you mean your Plan A? It's in the book.
You're. Yes.
We can put it on the table.
Yeah, that's a different plan, and I think
This is your
the
by right.
yes, these are 8 units in a.
This is the by right.
horseshoe.
This is the by right.
Yes. So you have 1 unit, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So the vehicular traffic here stays inside this horseshoe, which eliminates light pollution. There'll be nobody turning around. The other thing that this does is this is an age-targeted community, primarily executives, retirees. They're not single-family home owners with kids, and they're not looking for a yard. They're looking for maintenance-free living, and that allows the grounds to be professionally maintained and landscaping to be obviously well-maintained. We do have a dog walking trail along the top for active recreation, and the amount of green space that this plan, because the units are clustered around the interior, provides the maximum green space around the entire building. So in developing the plan, these are the things that I thought would fit best in this area and fit best with the comprehensive plan. I'm going to let Chuck, our civil engineer, talk about our stormwater system, and then I'm going to let George go back through a zoning chart, because we presented this plan to the Board of Commissioners. They gave us many comments, positive comments about the mixed-use concept. They did ask us to address or detail how we came up with the density. So this chart will elaborate that. But I'm going to let George talk about the stormwater system first.
Actually, can we wait on that? Because to us, that's more of a detail, and we want to cover the big picture items right now. So we'd really like to go to the zoning issues, and then we're going to go to public comment.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry to rush you, but we're just tight tonight.
Yep, no problem.
So I'll go through this briefly.
George, just 1 second. And also, since they are going to zoning hearing board, it's going to come, I believe this is only here on a sketch
This is
plan
a
review,
sketch,
George?
yeah.
Correct? So this is going to come back to you.
Oh, yeah.
Due to the zoning hearing board application. So, yes.
I don't think so. I'm not sure what you got, but I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't get this. So, as Bo mentioned, when we were at the Board of Commissioners, I think most of the commissioners thought the plan was creative. They liked the idea of the mixed use, but some questioned the density. Is it too much density by using the density modification that we're asking to use? So, we came up with this chart, and what we found out when I did the zoning application was that in the R4 zoning district, the way the ordinance is written, density modification is sort of a misnomer, because the R4 allows more density than the density modification allows. The density modification does allow us flexibility with connecting buildings, so we could do that horseshoe-shaped and things like this. But the first column to the left is the R4 zoning, and with the R4 zoning, you're allowed 7,000 square feet minimum lot area, which translates into a density of 6.2 units per acre. And you're allowed a building coverage is on there, 30%, impervious of 40%, and setbacks and building heights. Now, with the 3 feet setback that we have here is for accessory structures. So you could put an accessory structure for a single-family dwelling up to 3 feet from a property line. Building height, interestingly, and I know that's one of the concerns of the neighbors, can't be any higher either under R4 or R4 with density modification. So the height of the building would not change. The other thing I thought was interesting with our horseshoe building, I mean, you even asked the question, how many units are in there? You know, you wouldn't know from looking at it. It could be 8 units. It's not our proposal, but by looking at it, it could have been 4 units. You know, the units could be bigger or smaller, but the impact on the neighborhood, it really doesn't matter how many units are in there because it's all contained in the same building. So what we have here is if you move to density modification, we're calling them carriage homes, the townhomes. Under density modification, you're only allowed 5.5 units to the acre as opposed to the 6.2 units. That's why I say it's sort of a misnomer, just because R4 does allow those small lot sizes. The building coverage does go up slightly under density modification to 35%, and you can increase impervious coverage up to 45%. As I said, and there's a buffer required of 25 feet around the edges in density modification. That's to help preserve, I think, some of the natural features. So you're getting more protection. You're actually getting less density with density modification, and you're getting more protection on the setbacks, which I think is important. And then we have our proposal. You know, what are we proposing with this mixed use in the third column? You're seeing that building coverage, we're only at 19%, so we're not even anywhere near the 30% that would be allowed. And then impervious, we're at 37, and that plays into the paved drain stormwater system that Chuck would tell you about. And in the back, we're proposing a much larger setback of 45 feet. So we think that this chart demonstrates that if we get our relief, if we can do the density modification, we'll actually end up with less density, but we can also save the historic building, which I think serves as a nice transitional use and is a landmark to the area. We can give bigger buffers around the edges, and with a townhome design, we can make that horseshoe design. I know there are people that are concerned about their values. I'm told these units are going to approach $1 million, so they're not going to detract from anybody's home values. And you're going to have a very high-end buyer that's going to want this type of unit in a great neighborhood.
Thank you. Roger, I misplaced your notes. Roger, could you just take one moment before we go to public comment and just point out any major points that you had in your review?
Sure. A couple of comments that I had were dimensional issues with the roadway. And if, George, if you could put that plan back up. The one that shows the units, that one there. The driveways are dimensionally kind of tight the way they're configured, going around towards the commercial area and then back into where the residential units are. At this point, they didn't submit an engineered plan, but what's shown on the sketch plan shows them to be a little bit tight for emergency vehicles. Again, they'll refer a little bit to the stormwater system that they're proposing, and they're basing some of the impervious coverage on a credit that would be given for using pervious paving. The township doesn't have a standard of what they issue for that credit. We typically go by the manufacturer's recommendation of the product they're using, and we look at it on a case-by-case basis. So we're not saying that, at this point, we're not saying yes or no to the credits that they're requesting on that.
Okay. Thank you. Public comment? Could you say your name into the microphone?
Okay. My name is Leslie Morgan. I live at 12 Farm Road, and I took some pictures this afternoon of our neighborhood. So I am I would be the first house near the office building.
Okay.
It's the yellow house in the pictures that you'll see. Our neighborhood is about 27 houses between Farm and Windsor, and I was able to get a unanimous consent that we are opposed to this plan in all respects. Number one, in R4, there are single-family homes. We would like single-family homes. We've said that for 4 years, I think even Tom came by with a plan for condos, and we told him 4 years ago that we would welcome single-family home development back there in a nice manner, much like what is happening down the road at Radnor Walk. I think that's a Bentley development. So they took an old estate, and it had gone into sort of a free fall, and they subdivided it, and now on 4.8 acres or 4.7 acres, they have 10 home lots, and they are selling. And these homes are right on top of Lancaster, and they are going for, I believe, $1 million, Tom? Radnor Walk? Good luck. Yeah. So people are buying on Lancaster single-family homes in our township. And I don't like to be disparaged as a single-family home owner because we keep our houses very nice back there. And I would say that our houses, the house values on those 27 homes are about maybe $650. They go all the way up to $2.5 million. So when you talk about impact of townhouses going into our kind of neighborhood, it would be the first type that townhouses abut that kind of neighborhood in Radnor Township, unless I'm wrong, because I've traveled far and wide now because of this particular proposal. And we care very deeply. And much like a Drawson some years ago, they had wanted some townhouses down there as well with some single-family homes. The people didn't want them. They didn't want them, you know, and we don't want them. We know that somebody will develop single-family homes, and to say that we have to connect our roadway to accept a neighborhood that would abut us, that's, I think, false. We would accept single-family homes. I don't think that Amy and Eric, who are here, want to open up their roadway so that their side yard becomes a public access way when they've lived there for 10 years. No. But we would welcome single-family homes. We know they would sell. And it is a by-right situation which can be developed in a thoughtful manner and with appropriate stormwater, appropriate landscaping that will be required anyways. And I don't like to be threatened that if we don't do this and don't do that, you know, this is going to happen, that it'll go commercial. I don't see it at all going commercial because the demand in Radnor Township right now is there for single-family homes. I also did a study on my own that what was staying on the market the longest? Townhomes, such as Wicklow. The Wicklow that was shoved into a tiny little lot, their $1 million plus townhomes are over 60% is still owned by the investors. So I don't think that's very successful. And then the other townhouse subdivisions I studied, after 10 years, they flipped to rentals. So it was a very interesting study that I did, and I would gladly share it when we have more time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Eric Schreiber, and this is my wife, Amy. And we live at 20 Farm Road, which is on the top corner in the wedge space, directly abutting the back of the property. We've lived there 9 years, done a lot of improvement to our home, and have kind of had a direct view of that property for all 8-9 years, and have seen it come into quite a bit of disrepair. We've been through the process of multiple potential buyers coming in with lots of different plans. And recently, the cleanup that happened back there was actually, from my opinion, pretty nice because it cleaned up a lot of dead, dying trees and shrubs and stuff, and I think it cleaned it up quite nice. So it's actually nice to look back there now. But just looking at the plan, couple of concerns that we have, and I don't think that Windsor Avenue, as it's drawn in, can ever be connected back to the Windsor Avenue in our neighborhood.
It's not a right of way.
I don't think it's a right of way anymore, so I don't even think that's really an option. It's currently that road is currently a shared driveway between me and Lee Williams, and I forget what address he's at. Windsor, on Windsor. Concerned about the height of the building. 35 feet is pretty high in our, from my perspective, and where our house is, that property all kind of grades down toward us, and our at grade level on our property is probably 3.5 feet below the property there. So when you're standing in our driveway, we have a berm that goes up about 3 feet, and then it continues to go up from there. So thinking about 35 feet from our eyesight would be something more like 40 feet around there. Also concerned about stormwater, and right now we have significant flooding in our backyard when it rains, and hopefully whatever development occurs back there, I mean, if it's a really good stormwater management system, that would certainly improve things, but you know, right now it's pretty bad. Height, water, what else?
Density.
And density, yeah, which I think we've talked about. Our perspective on the building, for what it's worth, the old building, is we'd rather see that maybe destroyed so that you could move the single-family residences or further up and away. And we're a fan of single-family residences and think that tastefully done 4, 5, 6 homes back there on reasonable sized lots that kind of match the character of Windsor and Farm we'd be in support of that.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Sheehan. I live at 409 Windsor Avenue in Wayne. I've been a resident for 42 years, and my house is one lot away on the line of Farm Road from the upper right-hand corner of that drawing up there. George, could I see the slide you have of the whole neighborhood? Sure. Yeah. So I could point out the neighborhood, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. So I live in the second house above the Windsor Avenue road in that corner. And what I'd like to do is just make a few comments, and I'll try to be as brief as I can, about the neighborhood in general. One of our residents referred to our Windsor Farm residential neighborhood as a gem of a neighborhood, and it is a gem of a neighborhood. My youngest son was 2 years old when I moved there 42 years ago. It was a safe neighborhood for children to play on the streets. Generally, there wasn't a lot of traffic on Windsor Farm, and it was kind of a quiet place. At the time I purchased my house, the Stratford Office Center complex was already proposed. So when I moved there, I bought into the fact that there was going to be a large commercial building behind my house. And it's worked out fine. The residents are, in general, not opposed to a commercial use. What I think we're opposed to is having a development of this property that includes everything, including the kitchen sink, put into the development. 12 townhouses in that horseshoe shape would be relatively close. If you look at the setback of the Stratford office building, yes. I'm sorry.
Can have said it's eight houses in the horseshoe.
Eight houses. Okay. Sorry. To me, there would be a lot more noise, perhaps 6 or 8 barking dogs, just a lot more noise. The 115 Stratford property has a much higher elevation as it goes towards Stratford Avenue. So houses where the roof line is maybe 40 feet high are going to be towering over the homes on Farm Road. They're going to be much higher, and the closer the building is, the higher they are. So I think as residents, we always thought there were 3 possibilities for the property. One, renovate the derelict building that exists there right now. It was built in 1909. It is not a historical building. At one time, a prior owner, I believe it was Chef Tell, applied for designation of that building as a Pennsylvania historical structure, and his application was denied. It is on a list of properties in Radnor Township that are considered old structures, but the structure was changed by putting an addition on the rear of the property. So as far as the residents are concerned, we would much prefer to have less density of development on that property. First choice would be restore the restaurant or make it a professional office building. Second choice would be put residences on the property, but don't have them clustered towards the Farm Road property line. One big concern of this whole neighborhood is stormwater management. Windsor and Farm Road are connected. There's no intersection. It's like one big arc where the Windsor Avenue outlet is approximately where the Wawa is on Banbury, and the other outlet for the neighborhood is on Farm Road in Lancaster, approximately across street from Manella's restaurant. Most residents use Farm Road to Windsor Road to exit the neighborhood to get out on the Lancaster where there's a traffic light on Banbury. Several times a year during very heavy storm water events, that triangle fills up with water. One time the water came into Wawa and came up above the floor Wawa. Several times residents have had to be evacuated from cars through their doors because the engine stalled in that triangle area next to Wawa. The current owner of the property removed 30 to 50 trees about 16 months ago. None of the trees have been restored. As you all know, trees absorb a lot of stormwater. Since the trees were removed, and I believe the owner was fined, I don't know whether the fine was paid, but ever since the trees were removed 18 months ago, hundreds of thousands of gallons of additional storm water heads towards the center of Wayne and the area by the middle school and then into South Wayne. And this area is about the pinnacle of where the stormwater problem starts on the western side of the township. My understanding is that where the Stratford Office Center complex is the highest elevation that feeds the Ithan Creek watershed. If you look at the photograph of the Stratford Office Center parking lot, you can see that the bottom portion of the asphalt is darker than the asphalt on the upper corner of the Stratford office building. Can any of you see that? The reason for that is Radnor Township requested from the owner of Stratford Office Complex, John Fuchs, at township expense to dig up a large portion of that parking lot and install stormwater management. So the parking lot was, and so the dark portion of that parking lot is where stormwater management was installed. But stormwater is a huge problem for this neighborhood. The higher the density of development, the more the stormwater is going to be, and the more that the proposed stormwater management taxing authority of Radnor Township is going to tax. This neighborhood of 25 homes, 25 families with about 35 children is very fragile. In the last 10 years, it's been impacted by the overdevelopment of the business area of Radnor Township. 3 businesses in this area, White Dog Cafe, Manella's Restaurant, and a beauty salon, Salon des Artistes, when they're all working at the same time, have about 100 employees, and their employers have told the employees to not park in their parking lot, so they park in our neighborhood. The residents on Farm Road have lost the right to park in front of their own homes due to the fact that that was the only way to get their cars off out of the neighborhood. So it's a fragile neighborhood. 10 years ago, it was kind of peaceful and quiet. Now it's not as peaceful and quiet. Another thing is if you can see on the 115 Stratford property, on the right side, there's, if you look closely, you can see what is actually a row of pine trees. They were planted along the Farm Road property line as a condition of a zoning variance granted to a restaurant use many years ago to buffer the residents on Farm Road from the restaurant use. The proposed development of this horseshoe-shaped building would result in taking those trees out. I believe it would. I think that they would, the property line would be closer to those trees, which would increase more stormwater management.
I apologize for
Yes.
rushing you, but could you wrap up? I think we're hearing your points. We are.
Okay. Basically, it's a fragile neighborhood. Residents aren't opposed to development of it. What we're opposed to is developing it with everything you could possibly fit in there. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay. Okay, this is a sketch plan, so we're not looking for a motion tonight. We're looking to hear what the applicant has proposed, hear from the neighbors, and give a general opinion of what we'd like to see happen next and what our initial impressions are about the site. Did you want to add something because you look anxious?
Yes, if I could.
If you
and
could
I
do it
appreciate
quickly.
Yes, I will do it very quickly. One thing that Mr. Sheehan said was there were some trees here. They were cut down by the previous owner. The trees that are here, they will remain. We're actually going to build retaining walls around their trunks to keep them, and we will maximize the buffering with our plan.
Okay, we'll get into that later.
Okay.
We want to hear what everybody has to say. We're not
And
going
then- So we've looked at this. We've looked at it from a single-family home plan as well as this mixed-use plan. We think the mixed-use plan is the best way to develop this, and we're hoping to get some feedback from the Planning Commission.
Thank you. So what I would suggest is that we just go one at a time and give our initial impressions. Any questions that we have, that's fine. I have a few questions. I have a few things I'd like staff to do before it comes back to us. So let's just start down this end.
Just a quick question. The way this whole process works, really, it's not up to us to determine that. Am I right? Is it zoning that's going to determine whether or not they can?
It's our
They
job.
already have an application at the zoning board to do this plan, and they have to wait and hear back whether they can do this cluster. Is that how it works? I'm confused.
Peter, you want to talk about the process so everybody's clear?
Well, they have a proposal. The proposal only works as if they get the necessary variances to the current zoning requirements. So, yes, they have to go to the zoning hearing board. They have to get the variances. If they don't get those variances, this plan won't fly. Nothing happens. They have to go back to the drawing board. That being said, I think even if they get the variances, they're going to have some problems under the current saldo regulations. They're going to need waivers also to make this fly. That's going to be something that you guys are going to eventually get to as part of the land development subdivision process. But yeah, the variances are really the first step. But at the same time, you've got, I think they're looking for you for comments because to make sure that they don't need to make changes before they go in front of the zoning hearing board. To make sure that there's not some major issue that the planning commission has that maybe they want to adjust the plan before they go to the zoning hearing board, because the zoning hearing board, if they grant the variances, is going to be based on the plan presented to them. And if they get variances based on one plan and then they have to do major changes to it in order to get past land development, they'd have to go back to the zoning hearing board. So,
Could I just ask what zoning relief you're asking for? Again, sorry if you repeated it, I missed it.
The primary one, Kathy, is in the R4, to do density modification, you're supposed to have a tract of 5 acres.
Okay.
We have a tract of a little over 2 acres. The zoning hearing board did grant similar variances or other variances from the density modification for the Birches development and the development, I don't know if it has a name, across from Agnes Irwin on the corner of Ithan and Conestoga. Those are two that I'm aware of. And then we need some other, what I would call more minor relief that goes along with that, but that's the key thing. Can we do density modification? That'll allow us to do the townhomes in the horseshoe cluster. As we showed, it would be less density than we could do under R4.
Great. So let's start. Steve, you want to start?
Sure.
General impressions?
I guess I'd like to see what the development would look like, kind of by right, so to speak, with keeping the office building and keeping either town or single family. As you've got 8 here, by looking at your single family plan, it looks like maybe you could get 5 units. So I guess I'd like to understand, what the by right plan, so to speak, might look like.
That's not a question. We're having a discussion. Don't get up.
That's a discussion, right. So, and we're going to see this again. I'm still confused, or I guess I'm still don't understand the strong objections the neighbors have to this kind of development. If we're talking 5 or 8 units, we're not going to go through your neighborhood because, as I understand, they're going to have to go out to Stratford Avenue. So, if it's screened properly, and there's no height variance they're looking for, it's the same height as before. So there was a very strong negative reaction to it. I don't quite understand it, but I didn't want to question you because we'll get to that come second time around. And I do like the general feel of the transition with the commercial close to the commercial and residential close to the residential. I think we're stuck over the form the residential takes. And there's all the other details about driveways and all that accesses that staff has to review.
Great.
I'm done.
Regina?
I'm familiar with the site, and I guess I have the similar reaction of the neighbors, is that I don't really feel like that fits in there. I see the commercial, I see the single-family home. I don't really see the townhouse thing really working there. So I'm just on first look, I just think the pervious pavers are coming into play to allow very little green space on the site, and that concerns me because it's not just about stormwater management when you're talking about impervious cover. I just don't see how that fits in with the neighborhood the way it's being proposed there. I think the building is, if you could renovate the existing building as a commercial space, we weren't hearing any problems from the neighbors at that point. We had a plan and nobody was complaining. So I do believe that the neighbors are willing to work with something that's, mutually beneficial, I guess.
Doug, you have anything?
Yeah, I like the idea, the less physically dense of the single-family houses than the townhome type of thing. I think that would be a more desirable thing. Overall, overall, I think the idea of developing it, having commercial on one side and residential on the other is good. It's not bad. Townhouses I'm not as fond of as I think single-family houses would be, but that's my take.
Okay. Susan?
So it's difficult to work off of a sketch plan in terms of, specifics. And my general impression, and I would say this about any plan, is that when a plan requires either a lot of variances or a lot of waivers, it's a sign to me that we're trying to do too much in a given space. I was looking around, if you saw me looking for something, I had the list of your application to the zoning hearing board. It's my recollection you have like 6 or 7, maybe 8 variances you need at the zoning hearing board. And then I think I found 2 more in addition, so if Peter or I'm going to let you guys know the numbers and you guys can check on it. You may need a variance from, where is it? 280-93B, no more than 2 townhouses in a row. under density modification, I believe you're only allowed, the way I read it, it's about something about being no more than 2 houses in a contiguous row. And so maybe my understanding of that isn't exactly correct, but I think so. And also, again, because the calculations are not specific, and I appreciate that, on the one hand, you're saying 2.12 acres or 2.13, and yet the net tract area is 1.72. So I'm not sure if some of your calculations, in terms of the amount of open space you're preserving and all those things, if it's supposed to be off the 1.72 or the 2.13. And also, I know what it was, it's the 15%. 280-91A, 15% of the common open space, and there's a definition of what common open space has to be, what it has to look like. And that 280-91G, the 25-foot buffer that you're required to have around a density modification can't count toward the green space that would be included as part of the 15%. I don't specifically remember seeing those on your zoning variance list. Pardon? You didn't. So I wondered about that. So you made the 15% even without the 25-foot buffer. And I still don't completely understand the calculations of the 5.5 units per acre, the sheet that you have up here. And we would see that more if you come back to us with a fully engineered plan. I can appreciate the neighbor's perspective that looking at the back of just one single-family home is less imposing than looking at the back of a solid facade of townhomes. So it's one of those things, if this were maybe 4 units, townhomes, and the buffer toward the residences was even larger, it might be the better blend of all of this. But it really is, everything is really horseshoed in here. And then I had questions about, literally horseshoed, I had questions about Saldo, but I think that they're not really applicable until you get through zoning. But there were all sorts of things I had about, is it a dead-end street? Can you even have this configuration? Would it be considered a dead-end street or a dead-end driveway, which wouldn't be allowed under our Saldo? And, I know, there was one question I did have, is that at a basic level, I thought that this property has had a number of variances given in the past, and it's had a number of non-conforming use variances given, and I thought I understood that under 28101, there's kind of a limit to how many times a property can go back and get changes to a non-conforming status. So I wondered about that because, the other one that you might need is 28043A. Is this building 2 stories or 3? 2.5, because 28043A1 would say that you might need 20,000 or 30,000 square foot minimum just for that section of the property. And I just, again, without seeing how it's all broken out, I don't know if you have the specific square footage, and you don't have to answer all that. These were just things that came through. No worries, no. But then the final thing, and I'm just going to say I bristle at it, and I always bristle at it, and so don't take it personally. When developers come in and say, well, this is our by right plan, I bristle. I can look at your plan and tell you that you, by right, do not have the right to put in a house split zoned on the commercial property. So it's already not a by right plan with 8 single-family homes. And I would just caution you, I'm pretty diligent. I've yet to see a completely by right plan ever in 4 years. So, if you get the zoning, we'll see you back here. And I think it's probably too dense for that area.
Want to start down the end there?
Thank you.
The positives. I like seeing the fact that they're attempting to get some greenery around the exterior. Teach that to Villanova, get them to get that two-tone too. So I like the fact that they're attempting that. I like the fact that they're taking into consideration stormwater management. I mean, we all know that Radnor's got some flooding issues, and I appreciate the fact that they're addressing that. I like the fact that you're preserving may not be on the historic list, but an older building that has a style that we don't want to lose in this area. I feel as though what you're proposing doesn't really match what we're trying to save. So I think that sounded like the concern of the residents that, they don't necessarily mind something backed up to them, but they want it to look more like what they have, and so that it doesn't stick out. And I think that there could be a better way to accomplish that. And I think all of the zoning comments are great. There's a lot of codes that you've got to meet as well. But it's understandable that when you've got a little pocket left there and everything around it starts to change so different. I was looking at some of the pictures, and I appreciate the style. I appreciate the fact that you're trying to, and maybe these are not necessarily what you're going to be building, but I saw a couple elevations in there. And I understand you're trying to get a lot in a compact area. And I was in a neighborhood like this today, and they all look the same. And I think that, Farm Road and Windsor, each of those houses has something really special about them. And I think that if you're going to go over the density, you really have to make it look like the rest of the area there. So I would say, keep at it with the stormwater and with saving the space, but try and get a little bit more like the neighborhood. That's it.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Kathy?
I was wondering if you considered a development like Inverary with the zero lot line where you have two buildings together and that's it. So you would have 3 or 4 clusters of 2 buildings. Would that go under the density modification? And did you consider it?
We looked at that briefly.
Can you come up to the mic? Yep.
We looked at that briefly, and we really looked at all the different possibilities. And again, when you look at the proposed plan that we have.
Sorry, you answered her question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Here's my concern. When this goes to zoning, they're going to tie it to this plan. And it seems like we're not real thrilled with the plan. Now, granted, there's a lot of stuff they're asking for from the zoning board. And I'm not going to, excuse me, give you my gut reaction to what will happen, but if something is approved, it will be tied to this plan. So are we then locked into this plan? Does that eliminate the possibility of single-family homes?
Well, I mean, when they then come to you with a plan for land development, you're locked into it just like any other land development plan. If they can meet all the ordinance requirements, you're obligated to recommend approval, and the township's obligated to grant approval. But, if they come to you with a land development subdivision plan that requires a whole bunch of waivers that you don't feel are appropriate to grant, you can tell them we're not going to recommend approval of this plan nor recommend approval of the waivers. And if the board then denies a plan, they have to go back to the drawing board.
Okay. Because, as I recall, they usually have this catch-all phrase that's tied to the manner in which this plan is designed.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, yes. And it's somewhat of a chicken or an egg for them.
Yeah.
That, they have to get both the zoning hearing board and you and the board of commissioners all on board to agree on the same plan. And if they get their variances on one plan and then you and the board of commissioners say that plan's a no-go, they're going to have to go back and get, either modify that or get new variances.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I kind of echo what you said about the open space around the edges and so forth. To me, I think it's a little too much development on that property.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, my initial reaction is that there's a little too much going on in the space allowed. I do like the idea of the reintroduction of residential properties into this, what had been a commercial use, or strictly a commercial use when it was Chef Tell's and Phyllis Stratford and all that. But I think that you have to go back to the April 19th observations made by Gannett Fleming, and if the staff has other observations, and straighten those out. I also think that resolution of the status of Windsor Avenue has got to be addressed. Is it openable? Is it no longer openable? How's that going to be handled? I certainly understand that the residents on the other side would now not want a through street where there hasn't been one, I guess, since forever. So I think all those things have to be addressed before we can really have a significant discussion about this plan. But my initial reaction is that I like the residential aspect. I like preserving the old building, but I think you're trying to put too much into the property as of right now.
I agree with the overall assessment that preserving the commercial use makes some sense, and office is the best transition. I can agree with that. I think it should be more like 6 homes rather than 8. I think a plan to look at perhaps is Jardin or the Adelberger development, just to take a quick look at that, because I have a concern that you don't have enough room for emergency vehicles anyway, and that's probably a bigger stumbling block than not at this point.
Can I address that one specific point? That is one item. As far as the plan, we have parking here. We would be installing a gate on this side as well as here, along with access directly to drive in, but we would have access to the building from basically 3 sides. So emergency access is something we have thought about, and I think it could be very easily provided.
But you don't actually have that at this point?
Our plan that we submitted, our preliminary plan, which we just turned in, you haven't reviewed it yet, does show those gates here and here. So we have 3 access points for very good access for fire and emergency equipment.
That's over other properties. That's not from public streets. I'm just, okay. I like the pulling the buildings in. I respect the fact that the neighbors are not happy, though. So I don't know if there's an interesting compromise that makes more sense than the 8 townhouse horseshoe. I do see that in your booklet you have A and C, and I kind of wondered why. I know that A is supposedly the by right, but C looks like it's sort of a semi-by right as well.
That's not a question.
Well, it is a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were just talking.
Why is C in there, I guess?
That was a plan that we looked at, too. It basically does not, by taking the unit and putting all the units together, it allows us to pull them further away from the perimeter. It allows us to maximize the green space around the building, and that's why we went with this plan.
Did you have meetings with the neighbors so far?
Yes, I have.
And did you show them A, B, and C?
Yes, I did.
And which one of the people that are here, and in your recollection, which plan did they like the best of those 3?
Well, they like the single-family homes, but they don't want it to be connected to the neighborhood, which is kind of my, and when we were with the supervisors, they came up, and Leslie came up and said she would like us to be more part of the neighborhood. And I would be okay with that, but they don't want me to be part of the neighborhood. I can't be part of the neighborhood and
We're not having
connect.
public comment right now. Thank you.
So if, and I'd be more than happy to explore that. But we're surrounded by commercial on 3 sides. None of their properties have that burden. So if we're going to be residential and we should be tied into the residential, I would be more than happy to explore that. But they don't want that either.
You know, it seems odd to me that your access for B and C is a driveway past the old building, but your access for A is 8 driveways, on some of which are on Windsor. Couldn't you just reverse the front doors and have the access the way you have it in B and C and have single family?
Well, like I said, if it's a single-family home and
Because that would-
abutting
that
a
would-
single-family neighborhood, I would think that the neighborhood should tie into the existing neighborhood.
They're all neighbors in B and C, too. Just a comment. Okay.
Thank you. I have just 3 comments. Before this comes back, I'd like a review from staff on what the possibility of using Windsor Road is, so that we know. I'd also like to know from staff if there are economic studies that show what the impact on existing home prices would be if there were townhouses versus single-family homes there. But my main point is that I don't think that this plan is appropriate because you're using density modification to get the shape that you want and to cluster those buildings. But the purpose of density modification is to preserve open space. And there's nothing there that counts as open space. I know you labeled it, but it's not open space. And that's why you need the 5 acres. That's why it has to be a 5 acres plot to begin with, so that when you get that clustering, which has all kinds of benefits, both to the developer and to the township, but only if it results in actual open space, and this doesn't. So I don't think that's an appropriate way to go here. And I have one more comment. I'm a little bit concerned that you said that you've submitted your preliminary plan. Because this is the sketch plan, and we're giving you all of our comments and ideas, and I have a very good talent at picking up people's subtle emotions, and I don't think the neighbors are happy with this plan. So I don't want to see that preliminary plan. I want you to pull it. I want you to change it. And I would like to see something that is going to work for the township, work for the neighbors, and not sort of make a perverse attempt at density modification. Anything else? Thank you very much. I should have gone first. I'm going first next time. All right. Okay, we are making such progress. Next on our agenda
115 hairs.
is 115 hairs.
Oh, Peter was going to
No, 299 hairs.
299
299
hairs.
hairs.
Oh, yeah, what were those pictures? I don't have them.
They went down there.
No, I knew that. I didn't know they were, what you were showing us.
No, it was the neighborhood on
Got it. They
farm.
wanted us to see the quality.
All right. Okay, this is listed as a preliminary final to subdivide a parcel into 2 single-family dwelling lots at 299 Hares Lane. Did we see this before? No, we did not. We're not.
Just want it off.
Is the applicant here?
I'm here for this one.
Oh, you're here there too, Ice? Do you need a break?
No. I don't know how this.
Okay, your time limit is now down to 10 minutes because it's getting very late. It's nothing personal. We will. We might not do the other thing. Outdoor dining. It'll be quick.
You want me to start? George Brosman representing the applicant, which is the equitable owner of the property at 299 Hares Lane. It's over a 4-acre property. We've put this aerial map up that Dave Gibbons, our engineer, has prepared. Oh, and I should introduce, I think you know Tom Bentley. He's the developer here. His entity is the equitable owner. Dave Gibbons is our engineer. Just to get the board oriented, the new elementary school is sort of off the picture here. You have King of Prussia Road down here. The new Hares Lane comes up. Old Hares Lane parallels Biddulph Road. And this is a 4+ acre property that's next to the Township Park, which is Hartford Park. Some people call it the dog park. There's the Kreutzberg Center is there. So it's a pretty simple proposal. It's over 4 acres in the R1 district. It's to subdivide the property into 2 lots. There's a house there now, 1 house there now. We don't have a review letter yet. It's my understanding from the township. I know there are some neighbors here. I know the issue that we've heard is some people question whether Old Hares Lane is a street under the township ordinances. I think what happened was when the school was built here, Old Hares Lane was terminated up at King of Prussia Road, and New Hares Lane was built and ends in a circle here. But the old easements continue, and that's really the only way for this property to get access. It does have a leg out to Biddulph Road, but it's very steep, and access has not taken place there. There was litigation between the owner of the property, not my client, but the owner of the property and the township. I think the school district may have been involved, where this access had been blocked off with a fence. And the litigation resulted in a settlement agreement that said the fence has to come down, and this is the access to the property. So I don't want to speak for Peter, but it's our understanding in speaking to John Rice and Peter that the township agrees that this is the access to this property, and it is a street. So it meets the definition of a street. So we have the right to subdivide this property into 2 lots.
Apart from the access issue, are the lots to code?
We believe they are, yeah. It's over 4 acres. Here, we're in an R1 district, and even applying the penalties for public, for private water and sewer, we have more than 2 acres a lot here. Okay. So the base zoning is 1 acre. So we believe it complies. We don't have the review letter yet, but it's our understanding that our engineers has spoken with the township engineer, and we're not aware of any major issues, any zoning issues.
We don't have the review letter yet, so we're not going to make a motion probably tonight. Now that we have the general format, we can go to public comment, and then we can wait and get the comments, unless you want us to discuss it more without, we'll have to do it again once we get the review letter.
Sure. Yeah, my recommendation is we not get into a long in-depth discussion or a long discussion without the review letters at this time, especially considering the lateness and how much more we still have to do.
Okay, could you state while you're talking, could you tell us your take on the access?
I believe, and I don't want to hold to this 100%, but I have told George this. I believe Kevin Kachansky and John Rice looked at this several months ago and came to the conclusion that Old Harris Lane is a private road. If it is a private road, then the necessary lot frontage, which is the zoning requirement that's questionable for lot number 1, is met. And lot 2 has a lot frontage going out that little stem to Bidoff Road, so that's not an issue. But lot 1 with lot frontage was an issue. I think they've reached that conclusion. There is. I also believe that what Mr. Brosman has said regarding access and the settlement of the lawsuit is correct also, is that the access, that this lot is allowed to take access over Old Harris Lane out to New Harris Lane.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go right to public comment.
Good evening, folks. My name is Steve Marshall, and I am representing a number of the neighbors directly impacted by this subdivision.
Sorry, Steve, would you like one of these so you don't have to bend over?
Thank you. As I was saying, I represent a number of the neighbors directly impacted by this proposed subdivision, and while I like and respect George very much, I have to vehemently disagree that this is a simple proposal. What you're seeing here is a property in an area of the township that has gone through many, many issues, a lot of controversy. Probably the most notable is the construction of the elementary school there, which indeed did cut off access to Old Harris Lane, requiring the construction of New Harris Lane to provide these folks with access. As that happened, there were a series of easements and agreements that were made that actually provided rights to some of the neighbors here for access to Old Harris Lane, but in addition, restricted access. And now it is used for pedestrian and dog walking access between the elementary school and Hereford Park. And one neighbor, Mr. Dustin, is going to speak to that a little bit. I think the neighbors' issues boil down to 3. One is the status of Old Harris Lane. And like I said, this is not a simple determination.
And we won't weigh in on that. That's a legal matter.
I appreciate that, but I'd like to go on the record as saying that with all due respect to what your solicitor said, I think there are absolutely some questions, not necessarily questions as to whether there is access provided as a result of the easement for the lots or this lot, but the fact that there are other access questions that are tangential to that directly impact and material impact some of these neighbors. So I'll stop there with respect to Old Hares Lane. The next issue is stormwater. This area has also been, like other areas of the township, very adversely impacted by stormwater. I have here some photos that I'd like to put up. Maybe I'll turn this over. This is the home at 201 Wyndham Lane. Focus on that. Yeah. This owner, Diane Meyer, could not be here this evening, but she did provide me with these photos and also correspondence between her and both prior township engineers, prior township managers, commissioners, that dating back to 2007, that the stormwater issue was going to be remediated by the township, and there was issues back and forth related to the record owner of the lot in question. Again, George mentioned the litigation, and that appeared to hold up the actual mitigation or the measures that the township was prepared to take to correct what is really a horrendous stormwater issue. So I will tell you that if the applicant comes up and says the neighbors should be happy because now they have no stormwater management, and under this plan we are proposing stormwater management, well, I think the neighbors are going to want to know a little bit more detail than just to go on that word, given the history of this project or this area and the amount of stormwater. And the final issue that I would like to raise is that if this subdivision eventually does get approved in some fashion, I think it's incumbent upon the Planning Commission and the township to try to minimize the impact, the negative impact to these neighbors as much as possible. And what I'm referring to, obviously, is the fact that you're going to require a lot of construction, demolition, earth moving in what is now a very wooded, very low-density area, and this could last for years, as we know how a residential development could go. And you know, I point to the fact that Hereford Park, this access is right here. The township offered, I believe, as part of the settlement, for this property to take access to Hereford Park, and it was refused. I don't know a lot about that. I'm still going through a lot of these documents. Like I said, it's quite complex. But again, I would just like to raise those issues, and then I believe we have some neighbors here who would like to speak specifically to some of their issues.
Thank you.
Excuse me for talking kind of low. I'm tired, past my bedtime.
You want to use this?
Hi, my name's Tom Horgan, and I live on 243 Bidoff Road. And I looked at plans briefly. I'd like to actually have that plan up here if I could. I just have a few questions, and I'm done. And I really would like, you know, to have them addressed by the engineer. I want to be informed. Give me this thing here. I am right here. This is my property. And the first thing that really concerned me was we have large rock formation. Nothing's coming up here. Water lines, electric, it's not possible. I only found all this out just the other day.
You have to talk into the mic.
Yeah. This would be, if you could probably.
Turn it the other way.
Sure.
Get the other ones out of the way.
Yeah, okay. Let's move that. This is the whole road frontage bit off. It's nothing but a rock shelf. Nothing's going up there. I have to have a well. I cannot get my water line down in the ground. Nobody can. And they're going to probably have to have wells. So that's, you know, not my main concern. My main concern is that we have, on your plan, I noticed, and I was really upset when I saw this, they claim there's an easement coming through my property. And they're going to be showing they're putting an underground electrical utility line. I don't know if that's there or they're planning to put it. And that's a big issue. They're going to be, if it's not there, they're going to be excavating 400 feet through my backyard. They're going to destroy a lot of trees. Now, I assume the reason why they put this utility line out here was so that they did not have to cut down, I couldn't even count them, over 100 trees. I mean, it's just endless. They're beautiful, big, 150, 200 feet tall pine trees. These run the entire length of this property, from Bidoff all the way up to Harris Lane. I'm done there. And that was picture 2. So picture 3, they're showing they're going to come through my property. I have lots of trees too. I have like, this is a huge, big shade tree. The lines are going right through it. Now, when you get down to the other end, there's beautiful poplars and trees down there. They're all going to be lost. And other than that, my septic field's going to be definitely impacted. And I'm really opposed to anything going down the side. It just seems like it's going to be a disaster. And I'm kind of curious, how did the Shade Tree Committee feel about this with all these trees here, and what was their review like? Because that's very crucial.
Did they see it? It hasn't gone yet.
There's heritage trees on my property and everything. So,
Yeah,
I mean, that's
this has
really
not been in
important.
front of the shade tree yet.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Adam Sobel. I live here on Bidoff Road next to Tom Horgan, who was just here. I actually like this picture I haven't seen before because it gives you a good idea of the things I'm going to say. The first is that I never received notice about any of this that was going on. I never received a letter, nothing. The way I found out about it is because I had my gardener, and we were in my backyard, and he said, oh, it looks like they're going to be building something back there, because there were all these little ribbons on the thing. So to date, I've never received any letters about any of this. And that was, I would say, maybe a week and a half ago, roughly. Could be less. I am very concerned about the water runoff problem. I currently live, every time there is any rain, I watch the water go down through my property from above me. And what happens is, actually, if you walk this, and I walked it once more today just to make sure I was saying the right thing, and I've walked it a million times with my children because we live here and we walk through the park, and we used to go to the elementary school. Now they're a little older. But if you look at the elevation, basically the water runs down this way, makes a turn into this property, and then literally comes, there's a lot of water that comes this way, but it comes this way and literally drains this way. So if you look right where my pool is, right on this corner, this is one of 1, 2, at least 3 access points where the water comes into my property, drains into my pool. I actually currently, right now, have sandbags. I didn't bring pictures because this is a new thing to me, so I don't really know how to do this. So I found out today that you could bring pictures. I could bring you tons of pictures of what's going on here, including the sandbags that are currently there right now because of the water that goes into my pool. And every time they open my pool at the beginning of the season, it's just filled with mud. So I do that. But all the water comes down this side here. Not only is no grass growing, I could never get any grass to grow there, but as I said, every rain, I watch the water take all of the dirt away and down my property on both sides here. And you could see deep trenches that go down my property like veins down everywhere. I've had countless people come over to take a look at how to remediate this.
I'm sorry to rush you, but we understand the problem. Could you
Yeah.
move on?
Okay. So that's number one. And as far as, however long this is going to take, I think that the amount of mud that is going to be here is going to drain. I'm just terrified of all the mud that's going to come into that area. There's been a project in the past that was actually done on Bidoff Road here, which is called Rose Hill, which actually was a Bentley project, where the mud actually drained onto Bidoff Road and clogged up all of the drainage. And so all of the excess water that came down went into somebody's basement because all of the drainage was clogged up, and they actually had to have it. There was mud in their basement from the project that was done here because all of the water, there's a tremendous amount of water that goes through here. Also, there's this line of trees that are right here, which I'd be very, and one more thing I'd like to say is that as far as the water drainage, yeah, I've heard about all plans and things like that, and it's going to get that much better, but I just can't believe that's going to be true, and I, of course, would like to see it and make sure that is indeed the case. I think if that anything has to be done here, even in the temporary plans, it would have to be like a huge berm or something to get the water to drain this way, even during the construction. And certainly, when all is said and done, there would have to be some sort of water management for the future. As far as the trees that are here, there's this beautiful line of trees here, shade trees. It gives us shade, and they're pretty. And I think that this project is probably going to, destroy all, if not a great amount of these trees, which would be a disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to ask everyone to be very brief if they can, just because of the lateness of the hour.
Yes, very brief. My name's David Hark. I'm at 204 Wyndham. And let's see, I believe this is my house here. I have lived there for about 4 years with my wife and 3 young children, 3, 6, and 9 years old. Spring, summer, and fall, they spend time up in the playground in the park, and over in the walking back and forth in the dog park. I can't imagine what was described to me when I filed for a permit was a multi-use trail, so it didn't meet the setbacks for fences and things like that. So our fence is pretty close to this trail. If there's a 10-foot wide trail, you have 2 houses, kids, friends, adults, deliveries, whatnot, along with the dozens of people walking their dogs and kids. That's the second issue is safety. The first one is safety. The second is liability. In the event there's an accident, I haven't talked to our insurance carrier, but that could be a concern as well. And the water runoff. I, too, have mud in our swimming pool, which is in an upper level here, comes across the field, and our septic drain field is up there as well, and the mud ends up in the pool. If there is any way to exit these homes, either through the township-owned park or out through the King of Prussia complex, that would be preferred. Be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, hi, it's John Dustin, 288. Thank you. 288 Hares Lane. My house is the one of the cul-de-sac, so it's this one. This one right here. So, 3 things I'd just like to address tonight. First is really just the easement. So, Peter, Mr. Solicitor. So, is it your position that my easement is valid or not?
Pardon?
My easement, is it valid or not?
I don't know what your easement is, so I don't know what you're talking about.
The easement that I used to get to my property and that allowed for the construction of Radnor Elementary?
Like I said, I don't know. I didn't talk to John about your use of the easement. All I talked to John about is what he and Kevin discussed as far as the access for this particular lot. I have, it's just based on a conversation I've had with him. I haven't read any easements or done any research myself.
So I just want to be very clear that we are not going to weigh in on that issue.
Okay, yeah.
So I understand it's a big issue and it has to be addressed, but that's not what we do.
Okay. So anyway, there is an easement, and that easement provides for my access to my property, and so it gives rights and it constrains rights. It constrains rights for traffic to move along this trail. So, I guess I would submit to you that subdividing these properties and using this trail for access is a violation of that easement agreement. So I know you're not.
I'm sorry, Peter, at what point would the neighbors be making comments about this easement situation? And where is that appropriate for them to talk about that? Obviously, it's not us.
They can raise the issue.
Okay.
And, eventually, as part of the land development, the township will have to make a final decision on whether or not the township believes they have access to these lots, and that access is appropriate.
Is that the Board of Commissioners that finally made that determination, or is that zoning? Who is that?
It's not a zoning issue. It's going to be an issue that my office makes.
Okay.
And then makes a recommendation.
And you'll
to
make
the
a recommendation to the Board of
Commissioners. Because if they don't have the right to use this access, then they don't have access, and they don't meet the zoning requirements for access, and therefore they don't get land development approval or subdivision approval.
Okay. So I'll just echo David on a couple of other comments. One is public safety. So there are basically 5 constituents that use this. So this, again, is a public walking trail, bicycle trail by way of easement. There are basically 5 constituents that use this trail. Those constituents are the local neighbors, so going all the way from Gulf Creek to Hereford Estates to Pine Tree to Hermitage to Glen Mary, really gets an awful lot of use. Other constituents, Radnor Corporate Center, so this map doesn't show it, but this is the Radnor Corporate Center here. You get all sorts of people that work there, walking the trail, lunchtime, that sort of thing. You get people from the dog park, so here's the dog park, and you get all sorts of people that are walking along this trail. Walking dogs, generally speaking, the dogs are not on leash. Dogs, often running 30, 40, 50 yards ahead of their owners. So, putting traffic down here with those considerations seems crazy to me. The last 2 constituents, you've got sports teams, track teams, cross country teams from Radnor High School, Carroll, come and run along this trail. And I think most importantly, the constituent that I want to speak to is Radnor Elementary. So you have all sorts of kids walking up and down this trail. They're there for after-school activities. They're there for going to the playground over there at the school. One of the big motivations when we bought this house is the school's right over here, and we could walk our kids to school every day, and that's along this public walking trail. To grant a subdivision and put more traffic down here, I think it's just a violation of anybody that's got a public duty to public safety. I just can't see it. And I will echo Mr. Hark's comments on liability. So I think that with all these questions on the Old Harris Lane, questions on maintenance, questions on responsibility are very much up in the air. I think that leaves me with liability, and with all this traffic running up and down with houses and all the usage I aligned, again, that's just not something I should have to accept. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, John. Excuse me. So my name is David Palmer, and I, along with my wife, are the owners of 220 Hares Lane, which is this property here, contiguous to John Dustin there. So it's been a long night. I'll be quick here. So we purchased 220 Hares Lane in 2007. At the time, it was one of 3 houses on the street, the middle one. Past our house, there was one more property belonging to John and Claudia, and then a turnaround, a fence terminating the road, and a legal document in John's hand from the township declaring that the walking path was for pedestrians, etc. Right? So I'm not debating that. But what I am saying is that when we purchased this property, that there was a non-trivial amount of money that we allocated to the fact that we had seclusion and that we had one house past our property on a one-lane road, and that we had to think about maybe a handful of cars passing our house in a day. Hares Lane is a one-lane road. It has people's property. It has the school's property on one side and the Fisher's property and our property on the other side. If John and Claudia happen to be coming home at the time that we're going out, then somebody has to pull onto the grass. So if you think about this, I realize that this has been a very contentious issue for a decade, and at times people have wanted to put their heads down and hope that this all goes away, but it hasn't, and we're here. So we know there's been a lot of anger and frustration for everybody, but for some reason Radnor Township for years has somehow wanted to pretend that this doesn't affect my family and our property, but it does. So put yourself in my place and think about the fact that 2 or more years of construction equipment, road graders, dump trucks, masons, electricians, drywall installers, and so on 2 separate properties will not exact some sort of cost, least of all the number of times that I have to pull off onto the grass, right? So, however, I'll say there's no frictionless solution here. I accept that the people who own the property in discussion here, may have caught a raw deal from the township in the past, and we're all trying to make this, helpful for everybody. However, the township has only given the Palmer family a week's notice to consider how this will affect us, what our remedies are, and how much we effectively stand to lose from this situation. That said, I think we can work together to find some solutions to minimize the negative effects. Steve mentioned the fact that there is, access to the property from here. Not saying that they have to permanently use that, but I'm saying for the purposes of construction and so forth, that, maybe not having, 50 trucks a day coming in this way, could be an issue that we could talk about. Something that nobody, in this room will ultimately be perfectly happy with, but then we'll know it's probably the right compromise. So we've lived in Radnor Township for 13 years, first down the hill on Biddulph and then on Hares Lane for 6 years. In all that time, we've made one ask of Radnor Township, and this is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Nothing much came up in our just very preliminary discussion here, except the easements and the stormwater situation and impact on the trees. Little things, yes.
No. That I didn't mention, because we didn't talk about it.
We can do little things later, if you don't mind.
Well, the width of the street is not insignificant. It's marked as 12, and according to our saldo, it needs to be 20.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I just pointed that out because I wanted to talk to Roger, because we're in the enviable position of looking forward to his comments, and those of the staff. So if you could pay special attention to those issues when you get the staff comments together for us, I think that would be very helpful.
Can I make one comment?
Go ahead. You have to talk into the microphone.
So the grading permit that I've seen associated with the settlement between my neighbor and the township, I think calls for a 10-foot 10-foot drive along here rather than 12 or 20.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I would assume we're going to have a motion to table this, but does anybody have any comments before that?
We'd like to respond to a couple points as well.
It's 11:10.
We're going to table.
You're going to respond to it at the next meeting.
I don't want you leaving here being under some misimpressions.
We're not. We understand there are 2 sides to this story.
I know, but if you'd give me 2 minutes.
2 minutes, go.
First thing it's my understanding about the electrical easement that was mentioned for Mr. Morgan. Dave is here. He can tell me That's an existing wire, existing easement that's there. We're not changing it. We're hooking into it, so there should be no disturbance there. I don't know if I was clear before, but there is a house here already, and I'm a little confused how people can say there should be no more access down Hares Lane. This house was here. Somebody tried to block it off. They had to sue the township, and the township settled. I don't think the township would have settled the case if they didn't think there was a right to come down this road. Under the zoning ordinance in this district, whether we were doing a subdivision or not, we could make the house a lot bigger. We could do all the construction they're talking about. We could even convert it into multiple family without doing any subdivision. That's allowed by special exception, which is basically a permitted use. And with regard to stormwater, that was part of the settlement agreement, and we'll follow that and applicable codes. So, we think that we have a compliant plan here, and adding one unit when one could be added anyway without doing a subdivision is really not going to have any great detrimental impact. And we'll look forward to seeing you next month.
Thank you. Any other board comments?
Yeah, I have one comment. There's a little lot line that goes out to Biddulph. What is that? Is that an old driveway?
That's the, this property now has that leg out to Biddulph, but it's not used for access. It's just land that is owned, and no access is proposed there. So that will just stay. That's part of the property.
But was that the original access, or was it always over Hares?
It was always over here, as far as I know.
Odd piece of property.
It's sort of a remnant there.
I'd like to make a motion, unless somebody else does.
Go ahead.
I'd like to table this pending further reports from staff.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the review of no, we're skipping number 6. We are going to number 7, which is the outdoor dining ordinance. Who from staff would like to make a quick discussion of what this ordinance is about today?
I will, since Steve left us.
Thank you.
Okay, what this is, once again, this is the ordinance amendment that will not die. Okay, so we're going to need to stick a state in it. This is what has happened is that when this outdoor dining went back to the Board of Commissioners, I think as we heard here, there was numerous resident concerns from Garrett Hill about the negative impact outdoor dining would have on their particular neighborhood. So the Board of Commissioners decided they wanted Garrett Hill to be specifically excluded from having outdoor dining. This ordinance does specifically that. It just excludes.
So it's what we asked for.
Garrett Hill.
3 times.
Yes.
So this points out that if we're persistent,
yes,
we can make things happen.
Yes. So that's all it does is it amends the outdoor dining ordinance that the board has adopted and that you guys reviewed numerous times to eliminate outdoor dining in Garrett Hill.
Thank you. Public comment? In 10 words or less?
I've waited all night, but
go right ahead.
Yeah, we're very happy about this. Garrett Hill supports this. Thank you very much, and moving on.
Thank you, Patty. She talked about other
We're
things.
ready. Don't worry.
Philip R. Meredith Avenue, and on the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee. Very briefly, 3rd time's a charm. Please pass this through. They're ready to pass it on the other side.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
A motion we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Can I get a motion to table that other thing?
Please, I make a motion to table ordinance 280 dash, oh gosh, I don't even know what the number is. 115.4. Tough.
Whatever.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Any old business? New business? Public comment? Thank you all. Good night.
Motion to adjourn.